guys. I'm Danny Johnson, CEO at TPP, The Positive Porpoise.
I'm Jason Miller from Fins Up SoCal Fan Club.
I'm Scott Howell from Atlanta Dolphin Club.
Mark Angelo, NorCal Dolphin Club.
And you're listening to Clock Blockers, Miami fans' #1 morning show.
Run it, 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 run it.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning on this beautiful Take Tuesday. I'm your host, Stephen D, right here on the #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, on the MSN Podcast Network. Super excited to be hanging out with y'all this morning. Glad to be kind of back up in the swing of things. Yesterday was a lot of fun, honestly, even though it was Therapy Monday and it was depressing talking about the Dolphins being eliminated. It was great to kind of get back into the chair here and do a show. So, I enjoyed it. I have to tell you guys, I was wiped out after yesterday's show. But that's not going to be the case today. We're going to have a great show again today. Daniel Oyefusi of the Miami Herald comes on as he does each and every Tuesday on this beautiful, beautiful platform that we have, and super excited to be hanging out and talking with him this morning. But got to take care of some light housekeeping stuff before we get going real quick. So if you haven't done so already, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, let people know that we're here, share. There's a tweet out there. Go retweet the link for today's show. Let people know, hey, look, we got this awesome platform, this awesome show. There's this really cool, handsome, good-looking guy named Steven and Daniel, I guess. And let them know. Say, hey, look, we got the show today. Let people know. Hey, also, sign up, become a member of the channel today. Join now for the new YouTube membership. The link is in the description below. Just click on the description. You'll see the link there. Sign up, become a member today. Plenty of seats at the table for you to become part of the family in my Vin Diesel voice. So make sure you guys do that. Also, if you want to donate to the channel and help the channel grow, there's plenty of opportunities and ways to do that. The top three ways, are you can use the YouTube live super chat, which is the $sign down at the bottom of the chat. You can also use PayPal or Cash App. The links are in the description below, but I also posted them in the chat here. So you guys can use that too, PayPal and Cash App. All right. Which is $MSM Podcast Network. Or you can use the PayPal, which is MSM Podcast Network. Even $1 goes such a long way to helping the channel grow. I want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, Tail Greeter. Shout out to Tail Greeter. Tail Greeter, an amazing sponsor of the network in this show. And there'll be one more huge tailgate this Sunday down at East 32. Live tailgate as I'm rocking my East 32 and my Team Dirty Sports today. Just to give a big shout out to some amazing people that have been sponsoring us and just glad to be here the whole time. So make sure you guys do that as well. All right. Make sure you go to tailgreeter.com, download the app today, type in East 32 Dolphins tailgate, and hang out with Cameron and all the people at East 32 for the last tailgate of the year at this coming up home game. Last home game for the Miami Dolphins. So make sure y'all do that. All right. Without further ado, it is Take Tuesday. And each and every Tuesday we sit down with Daniel from the Miami Herald, the best beat writer. I don't care what anybody has to say. They got to go through me. And I'm a big guy. They don't want to go through me. Okay. So let me bring on my man Daniel right now. Add him to the stream. What's going on, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you? I'm having might be having a little bit of technical difficulties on my end, but can you see me?
I can see you. I can see you.
If you can see me, that's fine. It's okay. Sounds good.
You are freezing here and there, but hey, you know what?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a little.
You got that dial-up, that internet this morning, Daniel.
I was gonna say I go off for 1 week and it's like everything. I don't know, the computer starts acting funny, but I think we good, man. It's good.
It's the end of the year, man. It's the end of the year. All right, so I missed you last week. I apologize.
It's all
I
good, man.
was under the weather, man, but I missed you. My heart was with you last Tuesday.
My heart was with you last week.
Dude, I was in bed, bro. It was rough. I'm still not 100% yet, but I'm here and I'm excited to do the show with you today. Let's talk about the I guess we don't have to talk about New Orleans, even though you and I didn't get a chance to discuss it. Let's talk about the Nashville game. What happened, Daniel? Can you explain to me what happened on Sunday? Because the Dolphins started out 1-7, then went on to win their next 7, and we go into Nashville, we have high hopes, and it just doesn't work out the way we quite wanted it to, and it doesn't seem like the offense showed up last Sunday. Tua didn't show up last Sunday. Just a lot of things went wrong this past Sunday in Nashville. What are your thoughts about everything?
Yeah, I mean, we knew that they had a slim margin for error after that 1-7 start. I mean, we all knew that they really couldn't. I mean, nobody was really thinking playoffs on that. Nobody except for you was really thinking playoffs after a 1-7 start. So we knew that they had a slim margin for error, and they picked a really bad time to have a bad game. And I think that some of these issues that have been kind of been that we've known that they've had for the entire season really like festered and really popped up in that game. I don't think that Tua really has played really, really well. Even dating back to starting from the second Jets game, I think he's been a little off. He's turned the ball over way more than we're accustomed to him seeing, and that continued. Obviously, I think the rain and the weather may have had an impact, but again, the Titans didn't have nearly as many ball handling issues as Tua and the Dolphins. I wrote that I didn't think that any side of the ball showed up. I think that the defense did play pretty well, especially in the first half. But when the special teams isn't helping them out, giving the Titans short fields, that doesn't help at all. But still, we held them to a standard over the past 2 months of being like literally the best defense in the NFL since week 9, and they didn't show up in that respect on Sunday. They didn't pressure Tanahill enough. They only brought him down once. They didn't really do particularly well against the run, and this is a team that's missing Derrick Henry. So again, we knew that they had a slim margin for error, and they picked the wrong day to have a really, really bad game. But kind of caught up to them. I think that the 7-game win streak kind of masked some of the deficiencies in this team that we all knew that they had. But again, they were winning, and everyone was happy to see that. But when you face one of the top, they're the Titans are the number 1 seed now, so we could say they're legitimately a top 2, top 3 team in the AFC. So again, when you're facing one of these top teams, you have to be at your best, and the Dolphins were.
Exactly, and the funny thing about all this, Daniel, is I sit here and I kind of look, and everybody's like, well, who did the Dolphins beat in their 7-game win streak? And I said, it doesn't matter. They're winning, right? And, yesterday, my first show back in a week and a half, I come back, and it's obviously Therapy Monday. And, one of the things that I pointed out is, hey, we lost to the best team in the AFC. It's not like we lost to some scrub team. We lost to a really great football team who is Super Bowl. They are Super Bowl contenders, point blank. That's what they are. But I look at that, and you just said it a minute ago, the winning streak masks a lot of the inefficiencies that this football team has had over this year. And you can even say that the losing streak masks some of the good things that we did or opportunities we might have had. You go back to the Jacksonville game. You go back to the Vegas Raiders game and the Indianapolis Colts game. We win 1 out of 3, 2 out of 3, all 3 of those games.
It's a different story, yeah.
It's a different story, and not only that, we're also in contention then for the number 1 seed. And I don't think people realize that, we win all 3 of those games. We're one of the best teams in the AFC at that point, right? So this season didn't turn out any way we wanted. It did not turn out the way we wanted to. But yesterday, a lot of people were, oh, let's get rid of Tua, or Tua needs to go. I am not on board with that. What do you know? I know you're not there in the locker room because of all the COVID protocols, but from what you know, what is the feel of the front office or the team itself, maybe some of the players, about the coaching staff, the offensive coordinators, Tua himself? What are your thoughts about all that?
Yeah, really throughout this win streak, I think that we're kind of, obviously the trade deadline passed, so we weren't going to talk too much about, trade rumors and reports and whatnot. But through this win streak, what what I saw, not obviously not being in the locker room, but the way players would talk about Tua, some of the videos and the interaction you see. I think this team, these guys like Tua. They like Tua. They kind of rallied around him and his improvements in the second half of the season. I think that there is confidence in Tua and his abilities. But the thing is, it's not necessarily what the teammates think. The fact of the matter is, and I'm not going doing any insider reporting or anything. I'm just kind of stating the fact. The fact of the matter is, in the first half of the season, the Dolphins entertained a trade to replace Tua. I mean, there's no way around that. The day after the trade deadline, the general manager, Chris Greer, spoke to reporters in person and defended his pursuit of a trade for a quarterback. So we all kind of knew that this second half of the season was going to be really important for Tua. Some people said it was an audition for Tua, whether that was with the Dolphins or with another team. And, I don't think that if they do continue to pursue another quarterback in the offseason, it's not going to be because of this one game. Obviously, this one game is ammunition for the biggest Tua skeptics and non-believers and whatnot. But, up front, I don't think, and when I say up front, I mean in the front office, among the coaching staff, I don't think that it's this one game that's going to do it.
My kids are bringing me hot tea.
Oh, that's great. No problem, man.
They brought me 2 cups. I love it. My kids have a 2-hour delay because it snowed up here.
I was going to say, I saw the pictures. Oof.
We got snow. I hate snow.
Yeah, I was going to say, I flew out of Nashville, right?
That's the 4-letter S word.
Get out of there, man.
That's the 4-letter S word for me that I don't like. All right, here's another question. Does this last game mean anything? Does this game coming up against the New England Patriots mean anything to us or the future of this team? Do we need to see anything out of this last game for us to be like, you know what? That's going to play a factor in these offseason moves.
No. Just point blank, no. I got to be honest with you. This is a pretty meaningless game. When the NFL announced that it was at 4:25, I was pretty sick to my stomach because I just want to get the season over with. Frankly,
you're like, come on, man! I don't want to be at the stadium till 8 o'clock at night. You're killing me, NFL.
I've had a lot of fun covering the Dolphins in my first season, but I do not want to cover a meaningless game in Week 18 at 4:25. With that being said, I think that
it's not going to be meaningless for the Patriots, but I get you.
Because they can clinch they possibly clinch the division. So you're right. But we spoke to Brian Flores on Monday, and we spoke to multiple players, and they're still doing this. We're going to take it one day at a time, 1 week at a time. We're going to focus on this game. I asked Brian Flores if there was any if there was any thought of putting in some younger players who maybe like Hunter Long, who really haven't had that much playing time, or just some younger guys who, the season's over. Let's get a look at them. And he said, obviously we're going to have conversations like that, but at the end of the day, we're going to go out there and try to win a game. I mean, there's still a possibility of finishing above 500, and that they'd be able. I mean, if they win this game, that'd be 2 straight seasons with a winning record, which I think that that's.
I think that goes a long way. I do.
Yeah. That's something. There's something to be said for that. So in terms of the playoff ramifications and whatnot, obviously the Dolphins are eliminated and they're not playing for that. But I think that to an extent, they're playing for pride. They're playing for just being competitors. And it's a division game. You don't want to fall on your face at home too against a divisional rival to close the season. So I don't believe in this. Oh, let's go until the next season with a little bit of momentum. This Week 18 it really isn't gonna do much for Week 1 of the 2022 season, but still they are trying to be competitors and go out with the victory.
I'm a huge sports fan, right? And I love baseball. And one of the things that I love about the end of the year, because in baseball, there's not as many teams that make the playoffs as in football, right? So at the end of the year, you might have the Miami Marlins playing the Atlanta Braves, and the Atlanta Braves are probably not a good example of this because they won the World Series. They're playing the Philadelphia Phillies, right? And the Phillies might have a shot to get in, but they need to win 2 of their last 3. And the Miami Marlins, they have the opportunity to be, people that can be the downfall of them. And I look at the Dolphins for them to get in the playoffs. And I look at the Dolphins in this Patriots game, kind of is the same thing, right? Like it's week 18. Dolphins are out of it. The Patriots are in the playoffs, but we can make them a wild card.
Yeah.
And there's something to be said of that, just to be like, well, hey, we beat you twice this year. And that's something. Yeah. And so I do think that there is a little bit to play for, because the hope is, for me, is that a majority of this team comes back next year. I would like to see a good core of this team come back.
And I think so. I mean, this is a young group on both sides of the ball. I mean, they rebuilt this team, and there's a lot of youth. So I would expect that most of these guys would come back. And to your point, earlier, I think that that would be something. Again, I don't think that this one game is going to have a major impact on anything that we see in Week 1 of the 2022 season. I think that would be. It would be something to kind of go out with a bang and say, hey, we did sweep the Patriots. We ruined their kind of postseason aspirations. Again, now you're kind of playing for pride. You're playing for just the fact that you're being a competitor. You're playing for the fact that you're playing a division rival, and you want to say that you have the edge. If anything, if they win on Sunday, Dolphins fans can say, hey, we might not have went to the playoffs, but we swept you.
We swept. Hey, exactly. Yeah. We swept Belichick. We have their number. Their time is like. Granted, they made the playoffs. It is what it is. But I gotta build our future on something, and I think that is part of that something. All right, let's kind of talk about another thing. Jerome Baker. Jerome Baker got this huge contract this past offseason, right? And he now leads. I think he's leading the teams in tackles again, and he's having a really good year. There's some of the fan base that still think to this day that Dolphins shouldn't have given him that money. I am of the mindset that I'm super glad that we did. I think he's worth every penny. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts about Jerome Baker's season, and how it's lucked out? And do you think he's part of the future when it comes to the Miami Dolphins, or should be part of the future? He is going to be a part. Do you think he still should be a big part of that future?
I think most definitely. I think Jerome had a really good season. I don't know the contract numbers on the top of my head, but I don't think it's anything too crazy. I think that this was a season where he really showed his versatility. I mean, he started inside linebacker, and halfway through the season, he's playing outside linebacker. To kind of give him some speed on the edge and then kind of get some more speed inside. So he really showed his versatility in that, right? I think that there's a lot of questions about how the defense coordinators use him and how Flores uses him. There's a lot of people that say that maybe he should blitz more. And he had a funny comment about that. He said a lot of times, like, when you see me like kind of rush the passer, like sometimes it's not even like a design blitz. Sometimes I'm just kind of in my zone and I see an opening. But I think that I don't think that he's not the perfect linebacker. I'd love to see a linebacker, my entire linebacker, be able to cover some tight ends more. But he said that's just not his game, and I respect that because every player is different, and you gotta work to the strengths of your.
He's led the team in tackles, though, Daniel. He's.
Yeah, I don't know where this talk of him not being part of the future is. I mean, he's definitely part of
the fan base. Some of the fan base think that he is not worth the money that we gave him, and I'm trying to be like, go look at the numbers. He's proven it.
I'm trying to see what his contract numbers are. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's anything crazy, really. I'm surprised that that's even being discussed. But no, he's definitely going to be back for sure. I mean, 3 years, 37. 3 years, 37. That's solid for a starting upper. I mean, I'm not saying he's like a tier one. He's not a Bobby Wagner or anything like that.
Martina Davies says Baker was terrible at inside linebacker. Has to play will because he can't shed block.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. I think Landon is definitely better against the run. I mean, it's tough. It's tough when you're. It's tough.
The Finn's Tailgate Show says we need a true middle linebacker, but with all the other needs, how do we really fill that role for you?
So there we go. So I like that. I like that context. So yes, Jerome is not a prototypical 260-pound inside linebacker. He's not Ray Lewis, But again, we live in a different age where most of these linebackers are they're not trying to bulk up to stop.
There is no Ray Lewis in the NFL right now.
Exactly. Because these guys have to go sideline to sideline and cover tight ends. They have to cover 250-pound tight ends that run 4.4s and 4.5s. So I do understand that. I think that's why when they kind of run that 3-4, they have a Landon in there with him as well, because he's a little better against the run. And we saw that with some blank plays he made. I do think that. I think that this is the offseason where you definitely go offensive heavy. But if I'm not sure what the contract details are for Landon, but I think he'll be back next season, barring anything crazy. But yeah, I definitely understand some fans saying, hey, we might have to get a more prototypical linebacker who can stop the run. But again, this is, they play to their strengths, and Jerome's strength is speed and athleticism. So that's why you saw him on the edge a lot, because he had the athleticism to kind of keep up with some of those fast quarterbacks and set the edge and whatnot. So again, he's not perfect, but very few players are. And again, it's about kind of playing to your player strengths. Did I lose you? Steven, did I lose you? Steven, I lose you?
The effect. Oh, no, you're here. Can you?
My bad. Yeah, you're a little frozen. Yeah, you're frozen on your end. I couldn't really hear you.
I'm here, Dave.
Okay, I hear you now. My bad.
Something else that we need to talk about. Let's talk. Stephen hopped in the Matrix, they said.
Yeah, it's like a glitch. Just froze for a minute. She good.
They said Stephen is gone. Stephen hopped in the. Hopefully, you guys can hear me now, and that I'm back.
I was about to be like, I'm the captain now. I was running it. They said we still alive.
They said, Daniel, you're the captain now. I'm the captain now.
In a second. If I ain't hear you in another second.
All right, let's talk about something that was brought up that I saw on Twitter yesterday. One of the things that I saw on Twitter yesterday was Jason Sanders. Jason Sanders went. I think it was 21 of 28 or 20 of 28 this year. And it is very plausible that he hits some of those field goals. Maybe there's an extra win or two that's on the table. What is the future of Jason Sanders in this organization? And is it something that the Dolphins need to look at, maybe finding a replacement for him going into the offseason?
Yeah, well, obviously it's not the season. I think that widespread across the board. If you talk to players, Flores said, it's disappointing to be eliminated. I think that you would hear a lot of disappointment in just kind of players maybe not playing up to their standards, and just the team not playing up to its standards. And with Jason Sanders kind of coming off of an all-pro season, he didn't maintain that, and there's just no way around that. He missed a lot of kicks that the team was accustomed to him making. Again, I mean, if you go back to I guess some games early in the season, the Raiders game and some other games, yeah, if he makes those kicks, we might be looking at a different story, a different season. Who knows?
I don't think it's just for the record. I don't want to get rid of Jason Sanders. Yeah. I don't think he had a good a year as the year before. Numbers prove that, but I'm not ready to give up on him yet. And I also think that I think he still can be an elite kicker in this league.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're not Justin Tucker, I mean, you're not seeing a lot of real high consistency from year to year. I mean, guys are going to miss kicks, and obviously, he missed a lot more kicks than most people were expected, but they just gave him a new contract. I wouldn't expect him to kind of rip that up and get a replacement. Again, it was like a lot of people didn't perform to the standard of last year's the standard that the Dolphins and fans expected. But I don't think that means that we need a complete overhaul. In terms of big picture, and we might get into that. I mean, it depends on just kind of your view of everything. I came in, me being an outsider. I'll begin it with that. I kind of came in with the mindset that this wasn't a playoffs or bust season. This was a Tua season. This was, can we see marked improvement from Tua and to the point?
Did you? I mean, that's a good segue. Did you see marked improvement from Tua, Daniel?
I mean, I only watched him so much last year, but even over the course of the season, yeah, I saw improvements. I think that obviously the injury, early season injuries didn't help, and I think that he kind of got into a groove. And once they really we kind of knew what they wanted to do going into the season, but once they got to multiple games as the starter, and they kind of got to get a feel for what they wanted to do, I think I did see improvements. I think that when you go back to that Titans game, the thing is, and again, I'm not saying that I don't think that the team's gonna make a trade for another quarterback just because of that one game. But that one game kind of brought up some of the maybe concerns that you had about Tua, maybe entering the draft or after his rookie season. Can he make the throws on the run? Can he play in inclement weather? Can he come up in big games? So I do think that there has been improvement in Tua. But again, it's like, is it enough for the higher ups and the decision makers to say, hey, let's do one more season? Truth be told, if I was Chris Greer and Brian Flores and Stephen Ross, I would probably go one more season all in to really build this offensive line, really give to another wide receiver, try to get him a bona fide running back, and let's see what we can do there.
Offensive line is the key. Offensive line is key. Okay, so if you listened to the show yesterday, we did a poll. 60% of the fan base would rather see why am I about to say Kirby Puckett? Kenny Pickett, the quarterback out of Pitt, I believe, over Tua. 60% of the fan base would rather see a rookie quarterback.
I mean,
over Tua.
It's the morning after a tough loss.
I get it. Exactly. It's the morning after a loss. I get it. I personally would never want to see a rookie quarterback over an established, I don't want to say established, but somebody who's got 2 years under their belt.
Okay.
Right. I would never want to see a rookie quarterback. In my opinion, there's two moves that we have here at quarterback. You either stick with Tua, which I think is the way to go, by the way, or if Deshaun Watson's legal troubles are over, which I don't think they will be.
By when? By when though?
By whenever we decide to trade for him.
Okay.
If his legal troubles are over, go crazy. But I don't think they will be. So I don't think it's worth going after him for that. And then there are people are saying, okay, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers. Russell Wilson, in my opinion, is not elite anymore. He's at the downside of his career, and that's my opinion of it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just telling you what my feelings are of it. I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is leaving Green Bay based on conversations that I've seen on Pat McAfee's show between Aaron Rodgers and Pat McAfee.
I think he'd be crazy to leave. Yeah, I think he'd be crazy.
I don't think there's any way he leaves there. And I don't think there's any other quarterback in the draft or in free agency that's worth replacing Tua with. I think exactly what you just said. You go after, you have the most cap room in free agency, right? So I think if that's the case, you go after a solid offensive line. Orlando Brown Jr., all these big names in free agency, and you get 3, maybe 4 big names on the O-line, replace them. Get ready to go into the new season with a solid O-line. And then you go out and get maybe a wide receiver and then a running back. I think you also maybe get a running back too. I'm okay with the defensive side of the ball with the exception of maybe middle linebacker that I think you can go out in the draft and get somebody young and get somebody in the mid rounds that could be a potential good person with the right talent evaluation. That's the way I'm looking at this. What are your thoughts about the offseason at the quarterback situation and going into 2022? What are the options that you see, and what do you think the most likely scenario is for the Miami Dolphins?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start with the quarterback situation. It really seems like it's a Watson or bust situation again. I haven't heard. I know people have thrown out Rodgers or Russell Wilson. I just really haven't heard too much about that. Again, I think both of those players would have to want to come here, and there's been no reported indication that they want to come here. I think Russ has a no trade clause, and Aaron Rodgers.
Do you think Russell? Would you rather have? If I gave you the choice next year, would you rather have Russell Wilson or Tua? Who would you rather have, Daniel?
I'm not convinced that Russell Wilson is like in this steep decline that you say. I'm not gonna lie, I'll put it this way: the Seahawks roster is trash. I'm not gonna lie, the Dolphins have a better overall roster than the Seahawks. So if you put Russ on this team, I think again, if you just swap Russ for Tua, like the Dolphins are considered a Super Bowl team. It's the same thing with the Watson.
Really?
Yes.
Really? I disagree.
Yes. I legitimately think that this defense is a championship caliber defense. I don't think that holding opponents to 11 points per game is sustainable over the course of a 16-game season, but you don't have to do that to be a Super Bowl caliber defense. If this defense holds opposing teams to 20 to 22 points, that is Super Bowl caliber. And if they turn the ball over at a similar rate as they have these past 2 seasons, that is a Super Bowl caliber defense. And it's the reason why entering this season, people said, if you just put Watson on this team, they're contenders. There's a reason why they said that.
Watson's a big difference from Russell Wilson, though, Daniel.
Well, Russ has had a bad season, and that's why we're saying that. If we entered entering the season, I don't think that people would have said. I mean, I think both of those guys.
He's the most sacked quarterback in the last 7 years.
He hasn't had an offense, so he hasn't had a really good offensive line.
I got you. I understand that. I get that. But he's the most sacked quarterback. And I haven't seen anything this year to show me that if he was on this team that we would have an extra win or 2 because of him.
So you're essentially saying that Russell Wilson is like on the same level as
right
Tua.
now today. Yes, I wouldn't replace Russell Wilson for Tua. I wouldn't replace. I've said that right. I wouldn't replace Russell Wilson with Tua for Tua.
If Russell Wilson is on this team this year, he probably doesn't get hurt. If he probably doesn't get hurt, because Russell has only gotten hurt once in his career, which was this season. And if Russell was on this team is a playoff team. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. This team is a playoff team if Russ is on this team. Russ has played with offensive lines.
Put in the chat right now, do you think, I want to hear from you, do you think that if Russell Wilson was on this team, would the Dolphins be a playoff team? Yes or no? Would love to hear it. And if no, I definitely want to.
I'm not saying that they should get Russ or that Russ will come here, but the facts are the facts. Tua is not on Russell Wilson's level. Even if Russ had any type of decline this year, maybe that's from 10 to what? Yes, is that yes as in?
Yes, they would replace Russell Wilson with Tua.
No, you mean Tua or Russell Wilson?
Yeah, they would replace Wilson with Tua. Andrevius says no. Andrevius is the leader of the Tua fan club, though.
Is everyone saying
there's some no's?
So when they say yes, they're saying that they would rather have Tua over Russell Wilson.
No, they would rather have Wilson over Tua.
Okay, I got you. I'm saying a lot of yes. I thought Tua was better than Russell Wilson. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but look, there's some no's in here.
But I'm not even saying for the next 10 years. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying like one season. I've actually watched a fair amount of Seahawks games, and they have a lot of issues. I mean, they have offensive coordinator
Steven's
issues.
Still a little bit sick. Excuse me. You're not wrong about that.
Yeah, bro. I don't know where. Russ and Tua are not in the same. I know that they're kind of compared and whatnot. I think we might have a relationship together.
Russell Wilson too busy worrying about how Sierra acts.
Russell's better than Tua. I'm not. Yeah, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do that. If Russ is on this team,
Steven, I thought you had COVID, not crack. All right, look.
Yeah.
The fans are getting a little crazy in here. All right, so look, it sounds again like the majority of the fan base, at least that's watching my show, would rather have Russell Wilson over Tua. So let's put this in perspective. With the exception of Russell and Deshaun Watson, who Russell, I do believe, is not going to be a Seahawk next year. Let's just put that in perspective.
Maybe Pete Carroll won't be in Seattle. One of them ain't going.
One of those two are not going to be there.
Yeah.
But I think it's more likely that Russell's not in Seattle. I really do. Based on what he said in some press conferences over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I think that's the case. But if I'm honest with myself, with the exception of those two names, and honestly more Deshaun Watson, it makes sense for the Dolphins to stick with Tua put an O-line around him and move forward with him.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some people that say, well, we don't want the Ryan Tannehill effect. We don't want to be sitting here 5 years wasting our time with a quarterback that we knew 3 years ago wasn't the guy. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, why?
No, I completely get what you're saying. And, to kind of play devil's advocate, while I do think that, again, unless Watson clears all that stuff, you feel comfortable. I'm not going to get into the morality part of it, but if he clears the issues and they can get a trade for it, you might have to pull that trigger.
Do you think that's our offseason as Dolphin fans this year? Is Deshaun Watson talk?
Yeah.
That's all we're going to hear?
What is today? Starting whenever the Super Bowl is. I think the Super Bowl is like February 13th or whatever. Starting February, the day after the Super Bowl.
Starting Valentine's Day.
Yeah. It's going to be Watson watch until that gets resolved one way or another. But I do, to play devil's advocate with Tua, I do think that there's some fair. Like, I'm not saying he's a scrub. I'm not saying he sucks. Any of that stuff. He had a bad game. But I do think that to play devil's advocate, that people aren't unreasonable to say, like, hey, Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert, I know that people hate the comparisons and whatnot, but
I personally can't stand it, but I understand.
But I mean, there's something to be said that, hey, both of those guys look like legitimate MVP quarterbacks, and even when they weren't, leading their teams to the playoffs this season, they looked on the verge of the playoffs in the Chargers case. I mean, first year they looked like they were just showing you stuff. I was like, we can't ignore this. And, with Tua, you see the flashes, but it's like, Tua might be a good quarterback. Like, I'm not denying that, but it's like, is he going to be like the quarterback?
If Tua went to Pittsburgh or New Orleans, he would, I'm telling you right now, Super Bowl contenders.
There's some people that believe that, but there's also some people that say, like, it's just like, no, like there's people that say he's too small, he's not durable enough, any of that. See, that's another thing, I don't know where Tua goes, maybe he goes to a Pittsburgh, maybe he goes to a New Orleans, because those guys, those teams don't have.
If I'm Sean Payton or I'm Mike Tomlin, and I know I'm not in the running for any of these other quarterbacks, I'm on the phone with Miami. Hello, what do y'all want for him?
The interesting is, I'm not really sure how Tua is viewed around the league. By at least by coaches and
I can tell you right now how he's viewed. That look at my point is this: Tomlin and Sean Payton are top 5 head coaches in the league. Would you not agree to that?
I would agree.
Top 10. Okay, all right. We'll say top 10 just for the sake of not having too many arguments with the fan base. Top 10 coaches would tell you, give me Tua. They would tell you to give me Tua right now. It would automatically make my team better. Why is that? 2 reasons. Number one, quarterbacks are not a dime a dozen. It is tough to find a quarterback that is going to help your team get to another level or help your team get to the next comparison. We saw what happened with New Orleans this year. Trevor Siemian, Taysom Hill, Jameis Winston, whoever. Like, any of those guys, like, Tua's better than any of those names I just said, in my opinion. And the same thing has to go.
Better than Jameis, bro. That's a.
We have
Jameis was looking pretty solid.
There was some people in the chat and on the panel yesterday that said that they would rather have Jameis Winston.
See, I wouldn't go that far.
Which I think is crazy. I wouldn't want to have Jameis over Tua. That's just me personally. But with that being said, this is my opinion. Okay, this isn't the end all be all. But if you're asking me what I think that any of those head coaches, top 10 head coaches that don't have a quarterback on their roster, and by the way, Pittsburgh and New Orleans don't, they would be jumping at there's no quarterback they'd rather have in free agency with the exception of Deshaun. Okay. And he is the exception here rather than Tua. I think Tua would be a very hot commodity on the market with a top 10 head coach that doesn't have a quarterback.
Well, I guess we're going to find out in the offseason. If obviously they're trading for Watson, they're going to have to get.
And that includes David Mills, 1, 2, 3, 4 apps. I'm so sick of hearing about David Mills.
I mean, there was a report a couple months ago that the Texans liked Davis Mills over Tua. So, I mean, that's what I was saying. I mean, Davis Mills been kind of lighting some teams up.
Come on, bro. Really?
The facts are the facts. He put up 20 for 21 for 27, two
Daniel,
touchdowns against the Chargers. But that's beside
don't
the
be
point.
that guy.
But,
Don't be that guy.
I mean, we're gonna find out how, you know, if they trade for Watson, they're gonna have to get rid of Tua. So we're gonna see how much of a hot commodity he is. And again, to kind of play the devil's advocate, I will say, you know, I've been saying all season, I think that Tua has been winning in spite of the talent around him. But I don't like the kind of hyperbole that it's like Tua has not been given anything. And, you know, if I will say, like, they've invested in the offensive line, but maybe the development hasn't been there. Maybe the picks haven't been there. But it's just like, I think the offensive line has improved over the second half of the season. And I think that even in the Tennessee game, in terms of protection, we've seen a lot worse from that offensive line. You know, obviously people will point and they'll say, well, the Bengals gave Joe Burrow all these 1,000-yard receivers. And it's like, all right, I get that. But he got
Man threw 1,000 yards in 2 games.
Yeah, it's like I understand that, but, you know, it's like team did give him Jalen Waddle. I know Devontae Parker is kind of in and out of the lineup and whatnot, but they do have Mike Gesicki. And it's like everything, when you're a quarterback, everything's not going to be perfect.
I agree.
We can't exactly. And then the question with Tua is, you know, down the line, when this team doesn't have $80 million to spend in the offseason, when they have to get rid of some of those defensive players because Tua is going to get a bigger contract, when maybe the offensive line isn't perfect and you maybe have 1 or 2 turnstiles, that's going to happen. I mean, that's the fact of the matter. In 3 years, if Tua is on this team and he's playing pretty well, he's going to get a really big contract, and this team is going to have to shortchange its roster in some spots. The question is, when that happens, is Tua going to be able to elevate this entire roster? Not this entire offense, but this entire roster, you know? And frankly, you know, I was kind of just thinking about it. It's like, I would say, in terms of value to this offense, I would say Jalen Waddle is like probably the most valuable player in this offense. You know, obviously Tua
I don't disagree with that.
You know, obviously Tua was a lot better than Jacoby Brissett, and I was wrong earlier in the season to say, oh, this offense is going to have a big drop off. But really, I mean, when you look at it, like when Jacoby was in there and then Tua was in there, when you just look at points, they're not scoring a lot of points. And that's just the fact of the matter. You got to put points on the board some way or another. And they were not doing it nearly enough to be sustainable winners. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter. The defense, we all knew that this winning streak was propped up by the defense. And again, you know, I kind of saw the tea leaves, you know, like when you scored 13 points against the Saints, that was missing a couple of defensive starters. And you got everyone on your offense. I mean, it's just not good. Like, it's not good football. And again, I think the winning streak kind of masked the deficiencies. But again, if I was forced to kind of make a decision, I would say, hey, unless you're for sure you're going to get Watson, try one more year. You got all this cap room. Try to get a legitimate offensive line. Add another wide receiver.
Daniel, you're wrong about Tua, man. He hasn't been given enough.
Well, I mean, when you say, I would say that he I wouldn't say he hasn't been given enough. I mean, again, 4 or 5 of those guys are top 100 picks on the offensive line. Maybe the development hasn't been there, but you can't say like, oh, they're not trying. So again, let's see if they can get another offseason with that cap room and that draft capital, and see if they can just really rebuild this offensive line. The defense is set. The defense is straight. Now let's see if we can kind of build up that offense, and then we'll see. All right, then there won't be any excuses, you know.
All right, we've talked about Tua. We've talked about the quarterbacks. Let's talk about the coaching real quick. Do you see this team? By the way, you're frozen on my end. I don't know if you're frozen.
I know, yeah. If you can hear me.
I can hear you fine. I can hear you perfect.
I might have to roll with it like that. My bad.
Well, it's not a flattering still shot of you. I'm just letting you know, Daniel. What do you think? What do you think about the offensive coordinator position heading into the offseason?
Yeah, it's interesting because you know, we all kind of made fun of it early in the season. There was a lot of confusion over who's calling the plays and whatnot, and we kind of gotten onto a roll. And I don't think that, you know, Godsey and Stootsville got enough credit. Godsey specifically, because he's the play caller. I don't think he got enough credit for kind of.
Oh no! He went away. All right, we'll wait for Daniel to come back. Hey, this is Miami Sports Music Podcast Network's #1 morning show, Clap Blackers. I'm your host, Stephen D. We were in the middle of a pretty awesome conversation with my man Daniel Oyefusi of the Miami Herald. Hopefully he'll be right back. I hope y'all are enjoying the show. If you are liking, we only have 21 likes. Please hit that like button right now. Let people know that you like it and what we got going on here because it's a great morning show. It's a great discussion. We are going to have a little bit of there's a couple of other people I want to talk to this morning individually. Sorry, I'm drinking a lot of tea. I'm still under the weather a little bit, but I am super excited about the opportunity to talk with some of you on an individual basis. But I will have a panel later on in the show. So keep that going here. We'll definitely do that. And hopefully we can get Daniel back on here. I'm just waiting to see what he says here. I am excited. What do you all think next year? Do you think Tua's going to start next year, or do you think it's going to be do you think it's going to be some other quarterback? It doesn't have to be Watson. It doesn't have to be Pickett. Is it Tua or another quarterback? What are your thoughts? Put it in the chat. Want to know what your thoughts are right now. If you have a question, put it in the chat. I'll try to answer it right now. I think it's really, really, really interesting to know what you all think. I got a notification this morning. Matter of fact, Daniel looks like he's coming back on the line. So let me bring Daniel back in.
It's acting crazy.
What's up, bro?
I don't know, man. I told you it's that 1 week off and everything. Just my computer not used to it.
All right,
but I'm back. My bad.
All right. So
where'd I cut off? Did you hear me? Or did I cut off in the middle of talking?
You cut off in the middle of talking about the offensive coordinator position.
Yeah, I was just saying.
So start with your thought from the beginning.
Yeah, so I'm saying, obviously, I think that we probably didn't give. I think that probably didn't give those two guys, Stoodsville and Godsey, credit for kind of turning things around and playing to his strengths and working kind of in spite of the offensive line. But again, the product just isn't good enough right now. So Flores has shown that he's not afraid to kind of push guys out or move guys out and bring some new guys in. I think that if you're continuing to build around Tua, you definitely want to keep that infrastructure in place in terms of the kind of the offensive system. You don't want Tua to be working on a new, his third coordinator or fourth coordinator, because they had two coordinators, fourth coordinator in 3 years. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if he scraps the co-offensive coordinator system and says, all right, it's just Godsey that's coordinator, or if maybe he brings in another guy. But again, I think that if you're building around Tua, you want a bit of stability and you want a bit of that infrastructure in place. But again, I think there's definitely going to be some changes on that offensive coaching staff and potentially with the offensive line coach as well, because he's a first-year guy and the offensive line development was just not what anybody expected. So again, there's definitely going to be some changes towards the offensive coaching staff. I don't think you can kind of go into next season status quo.
What is the thought that Flores doesn't or cannot have a veteran coach come in here and make their footprint into this team? Because there is the rumor, or there is the theory, that Flores doesn't work well with other veteran coaches. And that is part of the reason he couldn't get anybody to come in this past year.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that. Obviously, Jim Caldwell was kind of on the initial coaching staff in 2019, I believe,
and he got sick.
He
got sick, and then he came back, but he mysteriously left the team after that.
Yeah.
And so there's a rumor that him and Flores butted heads. Now, I don't know if that's true.
Yeah,
that's all hearsay.
Yeah,
but the fact of the matter is, Pep Hamilton was available this past offseason. Could you have imagined Pep Hamilton in this offense? I'm telling you right now, Pep Hamilton was the OC, we would have won an extra game or two. Guaranteed.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but I'm just going to say, when the season comes up short, it's a bunch of if, should have, would have, could haves. And,
right.
I think
that's part of doing a morning show, Daniel. You get to have those theories and those conversations.
Exactly. I'll say this. I don't know much I can't say much to the reports of him not getting along with veteran coaches or whatnot, because, you do look on the staff and you say, hey, these are a lot of really young guys.
Yep.
But he's a young guy as well. I don't know. People have said, hey, when you're in New England for so long, when you're in one place for so long, how much kind of networking connections do you have outside of that New England bubble? I think that's a fair question. If the fact of the matter is, I won't say Flores has any issues with veteran coaches, but I mean, if
Who's
so,
challenging Flo though, Daniel? Who
well,
is
he's the head. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think that obviously, I think he has a lot of respect for Crossman, who's probably he's I think he's the assistant coach as well, and he's probably one of their more veteran guys. He's talked about how he's kind of. I know during the losing streak, he said that he's kind of relied on him as well. But again, I think that you kind of have to swallow your pride and kind of cast a wide net and just say like, who's the best guy to get this offense going. I don't think that. I mean, I just can't. I have a hard time believing that Flores really just doesn't want any veteran coaches in here. Because I don't think that. Because he always says, we're gonna do stuff with the best start of the team, and I don't think that he would just limit his kind of coaching pool because he doesn't want to get challenged or anything like that. I mean, it doesn't matter if the guy is 35 or 65. You just got to get the right guy at the end of the day, especially on the offense side of the ball.
All right, so we've talked about the quarterback situation. It's a wait-and-see game. Valentine's Day on, we're probably going to be on Watson Watch. We've talked about special teams when it comes to Jason Sanders having a bad year from his previous an amazing year, right? And the theory there is we keep him, we see where it goes. A question that I have, and some people in the chat also brought it up, but it is a question that I have. Let's look at the last 3 years under Flores. We start slow, we end strong, can't quite finish, and those last couple of games. If Flores starts slow next year, if we go out and we're 1-5 again, or we start 2-7, or 1-7, does he get the heave-ho in the middle of the season, and should he?
I think that it's going to be a really big offseason, and I would expect some big moves, whether it's Watson or whether it's just using a lot of that free agency money. I would expect a lot of big moves to kind of complement the defense. The seat has to be a little bit hot, if you're going into year 4. No playoff appearances. I'm trying to think. It'd still be a below 500 record. The seat is definitely hot, and if you start slow, I'm trying to think. And you could. This is where I would rely on you. I mean, I don't know, is Ross a guy that fires coaches mid-season? I mean, how often has that happened?
It really doesn't. I think it might have happened once or maybe twice in the 3 years that he's been here, but if at all.
I'm talking about head coaches. I'm talking about Dolphins head coaches getting fired mid-season.
Oh, well, I mean, it has happened in the past. Here's so the theory is Flores doesn't start the seasons well. And it's not a theory, it's fact, right?
It's fact.
He started 0-7 his first year, right? Now that was a gutted team, so, and I personally think that was the worst team in NFL history, and he still won 5 out of his last 7 games there, right? Yeah. And then you go to last year, and they have a slow start last year, and strong, get to 10 wins, miss out on the playoffs though, right? Yeah. Same thing this year. We start out 1-7, we win the next 7, but we miss these last couple of games.
I think this year you got a little bit of an excuse though with Tua being out. I
agree, but how long do the excuses last? And
That's
B,
true.
Next year if we start 1-4. This is now all of a sudden 4 years in a row, bro. You're starting the first half of the season slow, and if you don't start the first half of the season slow, maybe we get into the playoffs the last 2 years.
Yeah,
this year included.
Yeah. I mean, they're fair questions, and excuse me, I don't know why. Especially the past 2 years, I don't know what's been with the slow starts. I mean, if you look at 2020 and 2021, I mean, it's just similar. It's like identical. It's like off defense not really doing what it does, offense kind of struggling, and then after like that 6th or 7th game, kind of that midseason point, something just clicks. I don't know. Maybe it just takes them a while to kind of figure out what they want to do with their team. But again, I think that definitely, regardless of, we already know that the season came up short of the playoffs this year. So,
are you ready? Are you ready for my theory?
What's your theory?
I have a theory. We are exactly where we're supposed to be from a rebuild perspective. Last year we overachieved, right?
Yeah.
This year I feel like, okay, this is exactly where the team should be, minus the slow start, right? Minus the slow start. odds are we could easily be a 10 or 11 win team at this moment had we had won 2 of the games from that 7-game losing streak.
Yeah, I mean the margin of error is so slim. So
very small. So I personally think we're right where we're supposed to be. With that being said, with a huge offseason, the most salary cap of any NFL team coming up, rebuilding this offensive line, which I think is the biggest key to all of this, Daniel. I think the Dolphins are 1-2. They're gonna be the 1 or 2 seed next year in the AFC.
They're not going to be the 1 or 2 seed next year.
Yeah, they will.
Unless they get Watson. Unless they get if they get Watson, I'll entertain that. Maybe
next year. Mark my words, Daniel. Next year, 13 wins for this team. 13 wins.
13 wins.
Minimum.
They're not going to win 13 wins next year.
Okay, all right, Daniel. Okay.
I feel very. I mean, I'll put it this way. I think that next year it depends on what they do with Watson. Like if they get Watson,
I don't think Watson makes that. I'm telling you right now, Tua next year with this team with a rebuilt offensive line. Rebuilt offensive line. This is a 13-win team next year.
I hear you, and I don't agree with you, but I hear you. I do agree with you saying that you think that they're right where they're supposed to be in terms of kind of the rebuild. I do think that the team probably overachieved a little bit last year. Maybe that set up kind of inflated expectations for this year. You know, I view this as like a 10-9 win team this year with Tua and this current roster in place. So, like for them, so them coming short of the playoffs isn't like a big surprise. It might be disappointing, but it's not a big surprise because again, I didn't think that they were like this upper echelon team. Even if Tua does a big year 3 jump, then yeah, I mean if he's looking like Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert, which I know you hate the comparisons, but I mean I got to be frank. If he has his personal growth and he looks like them, then yeah, and then you put the right pieces around him, yeah. I mean, you could be looking at a team that could. I mean, let's talk about winning the division. I mean, honestly, let's go there first.
I get it.
Let's talk about winning the division first.
I get it. I'm just telling you what's going to go down, Daniel. And so next year when we're doing this again, okay, every Tuesday, all right. I'm telling you right now, Daniel, you're gonna be like, Steven, you were right, man. I can't believe.
How many wins did you have this year? How many wins did you have this year, though?
I had 13 wins this year.
Okay, so.
But I'm not off on that. I'm not 100% off on that.
They're at 8 wins right now. With one game left.
Okay, so let's say we win on
You're very off.
That's 9, right? I said 12 to 13 is what I said. I said 12 to 13. If I'm being honest.
Well, if they win this last game, they're gonna come 3 games short. 3 games
short. So Atlanta. We should have
won. We're not doing that.
Yeah, we gonna do that.
We're not doing. They should have won this game, and they should have won this game.
They should have.
We're not doing that.
But listen to me, Daniel. We're going to make the offseason moves this year that we need. Are
you confident in Greer doing that? Greer didn't sign a
100%. 100%.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. Chris Greer didn't sign a single impact free agent last season. Will Fuller, Malcolm Brown, Justin Coleman. He signed 3 guys on the offensive line last offseason. DJ Fluker, Matt Skura, none of them guys.
There was really nobody available. This year there's a bunch of O-line that are going to be available.
And you're confident that there's not going to be any whiffs. They're gonna get the guys,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
100%. 100%. I'm telling you right now. Number one, let's get something straight. Greer had the best draft of any GM this year.
He did. He hit those 100%. First 3 picks.
Okay. 100%. Eichenberg's going to get better. And we're going to go out and get 2 or 3 big-time O-line. My hope is we actually go out and get 4 because of depth. We need to go out and get 4 O-line and free agents.
It's not baseball, man. I mean, they ain't got that much money.
We do have that much money, bro. We got almost $80 million.
Hold up, though. I'm writing it down. You gotta take care of Agba.
It was said a lot on offense was predicated on Filler opening things up. How much did his absence hurt the offense this year?
Oh, of course. I mean, of course, Will Fuller not being there impacted things. I mean, they literally went to the season thinking we're gonna have Will Fuller, Jalen Waddle, and Devontae Parker. So
by the way, let's get something straight. Will Fuller did the biggest robbery in the history, like public robbery ever, and got away with it.
I don't know. I think Albert Hainsworth would have a bigger case. I mean,
Will Fuller got us, son.
He only took $10 million.
He said, "Give me all your money," and he went. Bro, come on, man. That man robbed us, and we saw it happening.
You know the Floyd Mayweather meme where he's like legalized bank robbery. I'm the best at it.
Will Fuller.
But back to the free agency point. You gotta take care of Agba.
Okay, so
you got to take care of Gesicki.
Okay, but
you're only gonna have.
Let me ask you: do we resign? Let me start. Do we resign both those guys?
I think when push comes to shove and the
I
deadline.
think Gesicki gets the franchise tag, which by the way, I think is a mistake.
You think they should let him walk?
No, I think we should resign him.
Because the thing is, how much does he want though?
So this is the rule of free agency. You could designate a franchise tag, but the player has the option to fight. Hey, I need to be getting paid at this position. So the Dolphins are going to say, hey, we're going to franchise tag you at the tight end position.
Yeah.
He doesn't play tight end. He's going to come back with and he's going to say, I want to be paid like a wide receiver.
Well, he's going to lose that. He's going to lose that argument.
No, he's not.
But his position says tight end.
He's not a tight end.
All right. Well,
Daniel, he plays 70+% plus, and I'm probably lowballing that. 70% of his snaps are from the slot position, from the wide receiver position. He's not lining up in the tight end position.
But the point I'm trying to make is just how much money is Gesicki getting regardless? How much?
I think minimum 13 minimum.
I can go for 13. If Gesicki wanted 13,
minimum.
If Gesicki wanted 13 mil a year, I would give that to him.
But if he's going to get franchise tag at the wide receiver, he's going to get 18 or 19.
Well, then they're going to have to come to some type of agreement because I'm not paying Mike Gesicki $18 million. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter.
I agree. So I think you go to Gesicki and you say, hey, here's 14 mil for the 14 mil a year over the next 4 years. We'll give you 14 mil, right?
All right, so
there's 14. There's 14.
So you're at about 60 mil now.
Okay. And then I think we go to Agba and you got it. And now we franchise tag Agba.
That's 20 mil, bro. You paying Agba 20. I like Agba. That's my Nigerian brother.
I have a very difficult time paying him $16 to $18 million over the next 4 years.
But the franchise
that's what it's
20 mil.
For 1 year.
So now you only got 40 mil now. I'm going to be nice and I'm going to give you 45 mil. Just because I think they might release some guys to free up so much. Let's say you got like 45 mil. Let's say you get
now I'm going to Orlando Brown.
That's my guy. That's my guy, by the way, from Baltimore. That's my guy.
Love Orlando. Okay.
How much are you giving Orlando? Orlando's playing left tackle.
You're giving him a blank check, bro. What do you want to come here?
Okay, first, Orlando. 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 He don't want to play right tackle. He said he's only playing left tackle.
That's fine. That's okay. Come play left tackle.
So how much are you giving him? How much are you giving him to play left tackle?
What I think we make him the highest paid left tackle in the NFL, which I don't know what that number is off the top of my head. I can
look it up real quick. That's like 16 mil right there. I mean, Ryan, man, that's some big money. That's some big money, man. That's you talking like,
Krista Locker said, we doing math right now? We breaking out the calculators?
Trent Williams is getting 23 mil a year right now. David Bakhtiari.
So let's say for sake of argument, we're paying him 20 mil. For the sake of argument, we're paying 20 mil.
So you got 25 mil left.
All right. And now we go out and get some other big name O-line. Let's say 2 more big name O-line.
I mean, if you're paying Orlando 20, I mean, if you say big name, let's say Teron Armstead. I don't know if he plays right tackle or whatever, but he's gonna ask for 15, 20 mil. I mean, then you're. I mean, I don't see them getting. I see them maybe getting one.
So with that being said, so we have to go out and get another O line. So let's say there's 15 there. So how much does that leave us with?
So if you give another offensive lineman 15 mil, I'm assuming that's going to be a right tackle. So now you got 10 mil left.
10 mil.
Then you all right,
gotta, hold on. Let's pause for a second.
But you got to resign some guys. You got to resign some guys.
Let's pause for a second.
Yeah.
I don't think that we get Gesicki and Agba. One of those two's walking.
This one's walking.
If we're look, here's the reality. I think we need both, right? I think we need both, but I don't think we can afford both.
I mean, you can afford both if you don't give $50 million to two offensive. I mean, the thing is, they gotta develop some of them guys that are there. They're not just gonna get rid of all those young guys. They gotta develop those guys. You can't give up on those guys after 1-2 years. You know, Liam was supposed to be this like clear. I mean, I'm not saying he was a perfect prospect, but he was supposed to be a guy where it's like, all right, if he doesn't play tackle, if he doesn't play left tackle, he can play right tackle. And if he can't play right tackle, he can play guard. You know, Robert Hunt is solid. Dieter is solid. Can't get rid of all these guys.
Trent Brown will be available. Trent Brown is not going to demand 15.
They're not gonna. But the thing is, they're not gonna use. They're not. I mean, I know they got a lot of money, but they're not gonna like use all of it in like the month of March to like spend. I mean, you still got to re-sign some of your kind of smaller name guys. You got to keep some money for the draft.
So this is what I think
coming up.
Agba or Gesicki, one of those two walks. Okay, one of those two are gone. Might as well just get it in your head. One of those two are out the door. Now you take whatever that, let's say minimum 18 mil. Let's say average 18 mil. That frees up another 18 mil. Right? Maybe 15. Let's say on the low side. Let's say that makes another 15 mil available for you.
All right.
So now you have to go out and say, okay, well, we have to sign draft picks, right? And we have to re-sign some other people that are going to be available, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure who's up for getting re-signed. Do you know anybody who's available for the Dolphins on that?
I mean, like Nick Needham is a restricted free agent, so he might get. I mean, they could maybe do an extension with him where he gets like $3 million or whatever over 3 years.
Okay, so we're nickeling and diming here. I think we find a way to make those numbers work.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
So, and I think that if you can get an offensive lineman, a big-time O-lineman in the first round, you get it. If you don't think you can get an O-line that's going to make a difference, you trade out of the first round.
I think that there's too many. Like I kind of viewed it first round. It's just literally whatever you can get on offense. If there's a running back that's on the board. Hold on.
If the Dolphins go out and spend a first-round pick on a running back, I'm going to be pissed, Daniel. I'm going to be so mad.
Hold up.
I'm going to be so mad.
I'm not saying that they will. I'm just saying that hey, the Colts took Jonathan Taylor at number, what did he take him at? Was he a second-round pick or was he a first-round pick?
I think it was a second-round pick, bro.
Okay. Well, I mean,
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he was.
I'm just saying it's not. I'm not a big like take a running back in the first round guy, but I'm just saying it has to be an O-line heavy draft and a whole O-line. I mean, not an O-line, an offense heavy offseason. So if there's a wide receiver there, there's a lot of good wide receivers in this draft. If there's a wide receiver in the mid to low 20s, just pick them. If there's a really good offensive lineman on the board,
second round pick, 41 overall.
Okay, so that's fair. Yeah, I mean, it just has to be offense. I don't care if it's wide receiver. I don't care if it's tackle. I don't care if it's guard. I don't care if it's center. I really wouldn't care if it's running back.
Daniel, you can get a quality wide receiver and a quality running back in the second round. If
there's a stud wide receiver there, you just take him. If he's on your board, if that's where he is on your board, if that's where you have him ready, you just take him. I mean, there's a lot of good wide receivers.
Offensive line is the only position I want to draft in the first round. And it needs to be somebody that I know is coming in day one and starting.
I mean, you could. What if you see a wide receiver Justin Jefferson went low 20. Joe Jefferson went low ones, and he's killing things right now.
Draft back. If you cannot get an O-line, you draft out of the first round. Because, dude,
you're being too short. You're being too short sighted. It's not. It's not O-line or bust. It's what
it is O-line or bust.
No, it's what the draft board says. And let's say somebody drops. What if there's a big time wide receiver that for some reason drops? You're gonna tell the Dolphins not to pick that guy?
I think you can get a quality wide receiver that can be
somebody who can make quality. a difference. We talking instant impact.
You're not getting Jalen Waddle again, Daniel.
The Vikings got Justin Jefferson in the low 20s. We don't know. I haven't even looked into these guys, but I'm saying if somebody's there, I'm not gonna tell the Dolphins to. I mean, they already got all the draft capital. Like, it's not like they're trying to It's not like they got 3 picks and they need to acquire more. If there's a guy at whatever the 49ers pick is, if there's a guy there that's that's where he is on the board. If that's where he's rated, and he's a Dolphins guy, pick him. I don't care if you can get a wide receiver in the later rounds, or if you can get a running back.
So do you not agree with me that the Dolphins' biggest need is offensive line? Do you not agree with me that that's the case?
But I don't think that I'm not gonna say throw away the pick, but I'm not saying you just throw up your hands and say, "Oh, we're just not gonna make a pick if there's not an offensive line there that we don't like." I don't think you do that. You pick the guy that's there. If there's a really high rated player that they like. I mean, if the Dolphins take a really good wide receiver, 21. I'm just gonna say 21 overall. If the Dolphins took a really good wide receiver, 21 overall, are you gonna be mad about that?
It depends on what they do in free agency with O-line.
Well, there's that as well. So I was gonna say the draft is gonna be after free agency, so we could get to a point where do you need to draft a wide receiver offensive lineman in the first round?
Yes, 100%. Because here's a word that the Dolphins don't know the meaning of: depth. Dolphins don't know that meaning. They haven't known it for 25 years.
I know, but you're being short-sighted. It's not offensive line or bust. Because you just said it. They could draft. They could sign 2 guys in free agency and make it a moot point. If the Dolphins sign 2 offensive tackles in free agency, I don't think anybody's going to be.
And if one of those O-line gets hurt in training camp or the first couple of weeks, now all of a sudden we have to have depth. But not only so, this is the problem, Daniel. The Dolphins need to go out and make an impact in free agency on O-line. Then they need to also create depth in that O-line. But you're saying, hey, we can't just get rid of everybody on the O-line, but we can. Because
that's not going to happen. I'm being realistic. They're not going to get rid of. You know how many? Austin Jackson is a former first-round pick. Liam Eichenberg is a former second-round pick.
Eichenberg's not going anywhere.
They're not getting Robert Hunt. They're not getting rid of Robert Hunt, and they're not getting rid of Michael Dieter. So
but do you think those guys start week 1 next year? No.
I think Dieter starts week 1. I think Robert Hunt starts week 1.
Robert Hunt, maybe. Dieter. I'm telling you right now, Daniel. If Dieter is starting week 1 next year, we're in trouble.
Dieter's solid. He's not. If I'm pointing out the problems on the offensive line, it doesn't start with him. He's not number 1, and he's definitely not number 2. But again, I have a point to your question about depth. If Jalen Waddle goes down, God forbid, where are you at wide receiver?
What's your question?
If Jalen Waddle goes down, for God forbid, if he goes down, where's your depth at wide receiver? Tua was throwing. When Tua went out, when Jalen Waddle missed that 1 game because of COVID, he was throwing to Devontae Parker, Isaiah Ford, Matt Collins, and Albert Wilson. So we can't. I know the offensive line is a big issue, but again, if they draft a wide receiver in the first round, it's not like the worst possible thing. Because again, the offensive line could be addressed and it's funny that you say that they have to draft an offensive line in the first round.
Yeah, I believe
because
so.
They've drafted all these guys the past couple of years and it hasn't worked. So I'm confused why you're so hell bent on them picking offensive linemen.
Because I think a majority of this fan base agrees with me that if we had anything of an offensive line, we would have won an extra game or 2, and we would be in the playoffs.
Again, we're doing the ifs after the fact. It's not
Daniel. It's not like the Dolphins had. Hey, we had the 20th best offensive line. We had the worst offensive line in the NFL.
I know,
this year, Daniel.
But again,
worst.
But again, and I got to head off in 5 minutes because we're talking to coordinator soon. But again, it's not like I keep on saying if the Dolphins do not pick an offensive lineman in the first round. are we gonna like be at Chris? Are we gonna be at Chris Greer's head for not picking? Like, if there's not an offensive lineman worthy of it, I'm not gonna say of that pick. I'm not gonna say trade out. What if there's another guy that's better than all the offensive linemen available? I mean, we can't. It's not. We're not just gonna go. All right.
It's good to know that you and I are still going to have stuff to talk about in the offseason. Because
I mean, they're not going to go into the draft, the first round of the draft, saying we got to get an offensive lineman. If we don't, well, then we're just not going to pick anybody. I mean, it's just not realistic. It's just not how it works when they do this stuff.
Daniel,
so they got.
We still have a lot to talk about because we're not seeing eye to eye on this, and that's okay. But I'm excited. Honestly, I'm excited because my hope is that we keep on going throughout the offseason, and we're able to maybe what we can do in the offseason is we'll pick a topic every Tuesday, and we'll discuss that position up until the draft and free agency and stuff like that. We'll discuss the playoffs, too, as they're going on. You like that?
I do like that. Like Kirk Cousins. I like that.
Bro. Dude, I love having you on. You were one of the best parts of the show for this year. And I don't think you're going anywhere. I hope you're not going anywhere, but I think we got a lot going on here. Got a big game coming up this Sunday. I don't care what you say. This game still means something, and it's going to make a difference next year. Okay, maybe it don't make a difference next year, but I'm still going to watch and be rooting the hell out of the Miami Dolphins.
As you should.
Yes, right? So, all right, tell everybody where they can find all your stuff, man.
Yeah, obviously you can follow me on Twitter at Daniel Oyefusi, kind of like you see right below me. Just no spaces. Miami Herald, MiamiHerald.com. If you're just interested in sports, we got kind of like an a la carte sports only pass. Just go on MiamiHerald.com and you can find that. We have the Miami Herald app too, where you can read all my stuff. And then every Wednesday morning we have the Dolphins in Depth podcast everywhere. There we go. Thanks for fixing it for me. Just type it in right there. You'll find me on Twitter. And then we also obviously have the Dolphins in Depth podcast everywhere you get podcasts. So Apple, Spotify, you can even go on the Miami Herald website and listen there. So we got a lot of good stuff. It's last week of season, going into the off season, but the work doesn't stop for sure.
Daniel, you're a real one, brother, as Cameron just said in the chat. I love having you on, and I will talk to you next Tuesday.
Likewise, man. You take care.
All right, man. Be easy.
Right. See you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Daniel Oyefusi of the Miami Herald right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network, #1 morning show. Clock Blockers, I'm your host, Stephen D., and the show's not over yet. We're still going to keep it going. I love having him on. It's so good to it's so good to hear. Like, I feel like Daniel brings such a different perspective of the team because he's not a fan, right? Like, he's somebody that came here from the Maryland area, and is honestly somebody who has a fresh eye of looking at the team and has seen what a good franchise like the Ravens have been over the last decade, and is able to kind of give that as his comparison of, hey, look, here's a team who won a Super Bowl several years ago and has a head coach, and they consistently are in the hunt every year on a year in, year out basis, where the Dolphins are they're not, right? So I love having him on. He's so good, man. So, all right, let's have a little bit of a panel, shall we? First thing I do want to do is just say, if you haven't done so already, and I know a lot of you haven't, hit the like button. Hit it right now. Go hit the like button. Here is the link to the panel. I'll have you all come on, and we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. The floor will be yours. Big Drip ENT, please play that Tua song. Keep that same energy. I'm not playing the Tua song right now. I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it, Big Drip. All right, let me bring on a good friend of the programs, somebody that runs East 32 Dolphins Tailgate, the best tailgate around. I haven't talked to him in a few weeks, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to get yelled at here, but that's okay. But I love him. What's up, Cameron?
Stop yelling, Stephen D.
I missed you, buddy. How you been?
Happy New Year, man. Merry Christmas. Merry New Year.
Merry New Year. It's not like you haven't been trying to contact me for the last 2.5 weeks.
I mean, you just stop responding to anybody.
Dude, I fell off the map, bro. It was not good.
People out here worried about you and stuff, man.
What's up, man? How you been?
I'm good, man. Still thawing out from Tennessee, that's for sure.
You went to Tennessee. Tell me about the amazing time that you had in Tennessee.
Listen, Tennessee was awesome. Shout out to TPP, Danny Johnson, the CEO. He put on a great show, great events at the hotel. Shout out to Finn Sticky for putting together the hotel. Man, we raised a lot of money. I think I just saw he just posted something surpassed 67,000 this year. That TPP has raised for their charity. It was good stuff, man. We had a killer tailgate Sunday morning prior to the game. It was beautiful out until we got into our seats and it just started hailing and sleet and wind and rain. Man, it was crazy.
It was crazy. Let me ask you, what for people that weren't there, Tua obviously couldn't grip the ball for anything. What were the weather conditions like? And did you were you surprised how Tua couldn't, hold the ball or anything like that?
Well, listen, I'll tell you this, and it's very easy to blame Tua on a lot of these things. And granted, he did not have a good game. And I don't think we should give him a pass for the way he performed, but it's not all on him either. To answer your question, the winds were coming from west to east. I mean, directly across the field when the Tua struggled the most. When he, couldn't grip the ball, it was hailing out and it was freezing rain, 30-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, it was brutal. And I grew up in Chicago going to Soldier Field on the lake. Man, it was just as bad, if worse, than any experience that I've had at a football game. And it was crazy, man. And I'd like to point out the fact that Tanahill only attempted 2 passes, none for more than 6 yards going that same way on the field. And people, I think offensive play calling really had its issues for the Dolphins and against the Titans. I don't know why they abandoned the run when Duke
Duke had 7 carries for 49 yards at halftime and finished the game with 7 carries for 49 yards.
That is
what
brutal.
happened?
Dude, they were running off chunks. I mean, even Gaskin was getting into the game with Lindsey, had a few good runs. But they abandoned, and I just don't get the offensive play calling. We're down, I don't know, what was it, 17 or 21 points, and we get Gesicki throwing down the field? I mean, what the hell is that?
And so yesterday, I don't know if you caught the show yesterday. Yesterday, there was a big argument with me and some of the people that were on the channel, and I said, why the heck did we abandon the run in the third quarter? If the Dolphins had still run the ball in the third quarter, it would have been a totally different game.
It would have been a totally different game. Listen, I'll go back to that first drive when Tua came out and he hit Parker, he hit Gesicki, he hit Waddle, and then Austin Jackson, the dumbass that he is, and I'll donate all day long to that swear jar because I am over Austin Jackson. And
donate to the swear jar, people.
Man, I tell you what, illegal man downfield killed the momentum of the game for the Dolphins.
I want to have a
Dolphins,
show of just how bad the play calling or referee calling has been this year.
Dude, I'm not blaming the referees because there were some bad calls in the second half. Granted, that non-call against Parker was crap. But listen, on the replays, and I rewatched the game yesterday. Like Austin Jackson was downfield when he shouldn't have been, and that killed the momentum of what the Dolphins had put together. Clearly, if you were at the game, like the Titans were on their heels, the Dolphins were driving, and it just sucked to see that happen. And then there was a couple of holding calls. And listen, it went both ways too. The second half, and people don't talk about this, like the Dolphins defense got worked.
Oh, 100%. 100%. They got that working 100%.
Dude, the Dolphins in the second half, the defense was playing on their heels, and like the Titans offensive line was just pushing them around. 2 tight end sets. They were, they constantly brought in an extra tackle on the right side and were running to that side, just running right at Agba all day long. Phillips made maybe one play in the backfield the whole game. Like, they didn't blitz as much as they could have. Javon Holland was taking bad angles and got burnt twice on long runs by Deontay Foreman. Man, like it was a bad show altogether.
There's a lot of things I want to talk to you about. I know you don't have a lot of time, and I got other people in the back room, and I'm going to bring them on. So, guys, stay there. I do want to talk to you a little bit about a couple of things around the NFL, though. Let's talk about Antonio Brown. What do you think about that whole situation with Antonio Brown?
I mean, you thought 2021 was bizarre, and it was only January 2nd, and all that crap happened. I feel
because there's two different sides of the story. Let me actually set this up too, real quick for you. The Buccaneer side is that he said that he was too injured to play, didn't want to play. Buccaneers said, no, you're good enough to play. You need to be playing. They get into the game. He doesn't want to play. And they said, well, if you're not going to play, just get off the sideline, right? Just get off the field. You're not going to be here. Don't be here. Antonio Brown's view of this was, his side to it is if I'm not going to play, or if I'm going to play, then play me. But they were shutting me out of my bonus. He had he only needed 7 catches for his $1 million bonus.
Through the end of the year, so he's got next week's game too.
Correct, right? So personally, here's what I think. I actually think the Buccaneers version is actually I don't believe it as much as I would believe Antonio Brown's version. I actually believe Antonio Brown more than I do the Buccaneers version of the story, because it doesn't make sense to me. Like, if you're not good enough to play, I don't think you're dressing. That doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. Like, what are your thoughts about that whole situation?
I think he had 4 catches already in the game. He was playing, and clearly when he was running off the field, his ankle wasn't disturbing him then.
Exactly.
Like, so I can absolutely see your side of the story. I think there's more to it in the background that the Bucs nor Antonio Brown is letting on, or anybody else at this point. But this is what we do know. And listen, they call him Dade County Brown for a reason. You know, he's a Miami legend, but he's also a legend for things that, he's done off the field that, speak to maybe some mental instability, right?
Yep.
I think that's fair to say.
100%. And I'm not, I don't want to say that in a negative way. I'm saying that bro, I want him to get help. I think there's a bigger, I said yesterday, we crucified Ricky Williams. We crucified Brandon Marshall. Both of those guys needed help. The moment they got some real help, their entire careers and lives changed.
Who was the kid from, who was the man, I'm going to remember his name. He was a slot wide receiver from the University of Hawaii.
My man. I want to have him on the show. I'm actually trying to get him on the show.
He had big Devon Bess.
Devon Bess was one of my favorite players when he played, and he had a huge problem.
Huge, mental issues. The basketball player from the Cleveland Cavaliers, who's now living on the street. That I can't remember his name, but
who messed with LeBron James' mom?
Yeah,
Delonte West.
Yeah, Delonte West. Thank you. It speaks to a bigger issue, right? Mental health, but not only mental health. It speaks to the issue of these leagues. And how do I best put this, man? They want their players to act a certain way, be a certain way, and conformity is what gets you paid. And it's clear that Antonio Brown, and you go back to Ricky Williams, Devon Bess, there's other players.
Brandon Marshall is the biggest one for me.
B. Marshall too, and he's outspoken about his
said that
mental awareness, right?
He has publicly said his worst 4 years in the NFL were here in Miami because, and to our defense, nobody really knew what to do, right? Nobody knew how big this deal was. But the moment he went out and found help on his own for his own mental health, his whole There are people that with the New York Jets organization that will say he was the biggest person in the locker room. He was a team leader. He showed the rookies what to do. You talk to anybody that played with him in Miami, he did his own thing. He was recluse. Same thing with Ricky. You ask anybody who played with Ricky Williams at the end of his Dolphins career and his couple of years he played here in Baltimore, he'll say, hey, look, Ricky was a great guy. He was a leader in the locker room. Anybody who played with him in New Orleans or at the beginning of Miami, he was recluse. He didn't know what to do. He was, a head case off the field, and I put that in quotations. The fact of the matter is, this just so the narrative is known, Ricky's my favorite player of all time, besides Dan Marino, and I love what Brandon Marshall does for mental health, and so he's one of my. I enjoy rooting for him off the field. I'm a big fan of I Am Athlete podcast. He's such a great guy off the field, and so. I look at this whole Antonio Brown situation, and I don't want the narrative to be this guy is a head case. He deserves to be kicked out of the NFL. No, this guy has mental health issues and deserves to have arms put around him and say, hey, look, we need to give this guy some help. And not only that, the whole NFL needs to kind of be looked at. Like, we need to put the NFL on notice, too. This isn't the first time this has happened. There's something needs to change with the mentality of how we go about giving players bonuses, whatever it is, because there's way too many red flags here from the NFL's perspective, and I don't want them to get off the hook for this either.
And I'm going to say something, man, and as long as we got, the type of owners that we have currently in the NFL, controlling what happens in the NFL, ain't going to change. And I'll just leave it at that.
I agree.
You can see through it. You can see through that.
Next thing I want to talk about, the refereeing this year. The refereeing this year has been absolutely atrocious across the NFL. That's been non-consistent, but we say this every year. We say this every year, and we say, hey, look, the NFL and the refereeing, they're not full-time employees. They're people that have jobs in the off season and jobs on the side. How do we make the refereeing better in the NFL? Because I'm telling you right now, I'm about done with games being like, I think that, look, the Dolphins lost on Sundays on their own accord. But I also can't take into account that the game would have been differently played had we scored on that drive that Devontae Parker there was the no call for the PI. And then on top of that, he goes to the ref and he's walking away as the referee throws the flag. I'm sure he dropped an F-bomb or something to him. But let's be honest here. It's a crucial part of the game. The Dolphins switch the field and you throw a flag in that situation. It wasn't like he bumped him or anything.
Probably, the cameras didn't catch it because it was during a commercial break. I think that was a third down play. Parker was in his face, man. He was adamant, and the referee was walking away from Parker, and Parker kept going after him. Like, he was clearly frustrated, Parker was, and the cameras didn't show that. We all saw it up in the stands.
Rightfully so frustrated.
Listen, rightfully so or not, and I'll tell you this. The same referees referee for both teams. Okay, there was 2 long runs that the Titans had that got wiped out because of referees' calls, and one was for an illegal crackback block that was total BS. It goes both ways, Steven.
But let's keep the conversation.
The game could have been 50-3 if those two calls didn't get made.
I got you. I understand. But let me ask about the refereeing in the NFL. You agree that it's horrible, right? You agree that it's atrocious.
So back to your question. Do I agree that it needs to be improved? For sure. But it's always been, the history of the NFL referee is not going to change. They're in a rock and a hard place, and there are certainly examples, and with more cameras on the field, there's more examples of referees making questionable calls, no doubt. Do you automate, refereeing further? Do you involve cameras more, which prolongs the game?
You make them full-time employees. You require off-season training. You require them to be at practices if I'm correct, and I could be wrong about this, so don't quote me on this, but if I'm correct, teams pay referees to be at training camp. It is not a required thing. It is something that the team does at training camp. That should be a requirement. There should be a requirement by the NFL. And not only that, there should also be a grading skill that they're held to, so that when they make bad calls, they're disciplined for it. And it should be, and I'm not saying, hey, you make a bad call, you should be suspended. Hey, you need to be calling 95% of your games accurately. You get under the 95 percentile of bad calls, you need to be disciplined. We go to baseball. Baseball's a prime example because they have the same problem. Who's the worst umpire in baseball? Say his name.
Angel Hernandez.
And it is proven in court documents that the Major League Baseball said you're bad at your job. And the man still is an umpire in Major League Baseball.
Uh-huh. They're both working for unions. And you should be in the union negotiation room when their contract is up, Steven. Because the union protects those guys.
I understand that, but as a fan, not even as a fan, think about all the money that's involved in this now with gambling. You mean to tell me that the fate of an over/under or the fate of a backdoor spread is because of a stupid non-pass interference call or a unsportsmanlike conduct because the referee got in his feelings? Get out of here with that, bro. I'm over it.
Bad breaks, bro. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4 Eps. I got a shout out to you because you're reading my mind, bro.
What is he saying?
About who the NFL is run by and why we're in the predicament we are.
100%. 100%. There is no, and I'm not afraid to talk about it to a certain extent. The NFL is run by, there's not one black owner in the NFL. That's one. That's a whole other conversation in itself. But yes, but we know the NFL is run by by a bunch of rich white guys who think they are above everyone. It's a fact. There's some people that are not going to like that, but who cares?
Sport is a reflection of society, and I'll leave it there.
I love you, Cam. What do you got going on this Sunday? I'm not going to be there. I'm not 100%. I'm actually going to the doctor today or tomorrow again to kind of get checked out. But what do you got going on for East 32?
Hey, man. So the NFL flexed the game. It's now a 4:25 game. We're it'll be the last tailgate of the season, and it's the New England game, which is traditionally, I should say, a really cool tailgate because I fly down, fresh lobsters and scallops and Ipswich.
Oh, of course I missed that one. You got fresh lobster coming, and I'm not coming now.
Yeah, we do it up big for the New England game because it'll be, and especially now that Miami, is no longer involved in the playoff chase, and New England has an opportunity to clinch the AFC East on our home field, and it's like 40 foot of freaking snow up in Boston. There's going to be all those chowder heads down here, and
clam chowder.
Them chowder heads will be invading Miami for sure. So anyway, we'll welcome them and take their money at the East 32 Dolphin tailgate.
And if you want to buy tickets to the tailgate, you go to
tailgreeter.com or download the Tailgreeter app on Android or Apple. It's free. Search East 32 Dolphins tailgate and come join the fun.
Cameron, I'm sorry I'm not going to see you. I'm going to miss you. I'm sorry for not contacting you. That just so you know, my own mama's mad at me. So it's not just you.
I talk to you more than you talk to your mom. So, I feel bad.
You're not wrong there. And I hope my mom's not watching. So I'm about to get called out on that too. Bro,
man.
Oh man. What do you got going on this week coming up? Are you ready for baseball season? Baseball season's right around the corner. I know we're still in the lockout, but pitchers and catchers
like I said, into that
pitchers
lockout,
and catchers are supposed to report in 60 days.
February 1st, bro.
Oh wow, 30 days.
Yeah, if pitchers and catchers the first week of February, and that lockout is going to, pretty much prevent that and prolong this offseason until that, lockout is resolved. And I expect some action to happen. Let's get our man Xavier Scruggs on the show here in the next couple of weeks and talk to him.
Well, we're going to so just so everybody knows, the Dolphins season is coming to a close. We're still going to do Dolphins talk. But we're gonna step up our game on talking about the Panthers, the Heat, the Marlins, and obviously the offseason for the Miami Dolphins. And we're gonna talk about the NFL playoffs, the Super Bowl. We're gonna have a lot of cool things going on. So Clock Blocker's still gonna be doing their things, man. It's gonna be fun.
Hey, we got a lot to talk about, man, because listen, draft preparation starts, and I'm a draft nerd. You know that, man. I even go to Mobile during draft week and try to get some inside information. I call it work, but man, maybe we can line up something. Maybe I can report from Mobile or something.
Well, we started a group a chat fight with talking about the race stuff. Everybody in the chat is fighting each other now.
Hey, well, listen, man. But it's true, and until we face it and do things on, as an individual to combat racism and accept the fact that there's racism that's prevalent.
Yep.
And it's only appropriate that January 6th is, 2 days away, because it's a perfect opportunity to talk about division in this country and what racism has to do with that. And 1, 2, 3, 4 EPS, Von 954, Big Drip, y'all. Keeping it real on here, because that's what we do here on Clock Blockers.
100%. I tell people I don't get political, but I don't think that's political, in my opinion. I think that's real life.
It's cultural. It's who we are.
Cultural, yeah, 100%.
Need to realize that, what our Constitution and what we've been, without getting political and historical, what we've been, built on as a society. There's a lot to accept and to work on as a country.
Yep. I 100% agree. I 100% agree. And people are going to get mad that I brought this up on a sports platform, because I don't normally talk about stuff, but I'm big on 3 things that have to do with sports, in my opinion. Mental health. I talk about that all the time on my platform. I do talk about racism a lot on my platform. I'm a very big promoter of HBCUs. I want to see Deion Sanders take more of a step in the direction that he's in, and stepping up that whole, look, my wife went to Alcorn State. I shouldn't root for Jackson State. I get it. And for people that know HBCUs, that's a big no-no. Alcorn doesn't like Jackson. They're the biggest rivals. But I love what Deion Sanders is doing in college football right now. I think he's making such a big – you go out and get the number 1 recruit in all of high school, and you change the landscape of college football and the way that it works. And then
how long until he's a Florida State head coach?
I've had this conversation, and I've said this. I don't think it ever happens. I think he knows how important it is for him to stay at a HBCU.
Man, Deion likes his money and his platform. Yeah, I mean, he can.
I'm telling you right now, you are not wrong about that.
And his alma mater.
Deion is going to get paid more money when it's all said and done to stay at a HBCU rather than go to FSU.
And maybe it's not about the money. Maybe it's about bringing his program back to relevancy, because Florida State's doo-doo.
But I think you're missing the point, Cam.
No, I get it. Listen, I get it. Like I understand the impact he's having at Jackson State and Jackson, Mississippi as a community. It's enormous. But he could, Florida State's a much bigger platform to do those same things.
I disagree. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think anything changes until something changes. And I think that Deion Sanders is changing that something by being a head coach at a HBCU, by recruiting top 200 recruits in high school, bringing them to a program. It has been clearly said that if the top athletes in high school chose to go to HBCUs, that the money would come with them. And now we're in such of a different society now with name, image, and likeness, the NIL deals, which are a totally other different thing, right? Like having, a company pay for a college football player's name, image, and like it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. There are people in the chat that said, I think primetime moves after his son graduates. His son, who had a horrible bowl game against South Carolina State. I think it was like 3 interceptions, but
All
all right, bro, I love you. I miss you. I got other people in the back room. Be good. Have fun this coming up Sunday. Send me some
Bob
lobster.
954 there. Hey, and real quick, I think it was Andre who was out there on Sunday, man. I sent you some pics of some folks, some listeners of ours that was at the tailgate Sunday. It was good, man. They came up and it was a lot of fun. But we'll see y'all there at East 32 Dolphins tailgate this Sunday. Wrap up the season and whoop that Pat's ass.
Swear jar. You owe to the swear jar this morning, Cameron. I love you, buddy. Be good.
Have a great day, everybody.
All right, we got some people in the back room here. We're going to have a quick panel for this morning's show. Let me put the invite back into the clipboard. I got some people in here. I know I started up a whole thing talking about racism, talking about, just everything. I get the chat is on fire right now. If you look at the chat, it is on fire. But I do want to bring that in. So first person I want to bring in who's waiting patiently in the back room, my girl from another world. I don't know if that rhymes. My sister from another mister. I like that too. Pamela. What's up, Pamela?
Hey, everybody. Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing all right.
You're doing all right?
I'm doing all right. Sometimes that's the best I can do.
You sound a little under the weather. Are you okay?
Yeah, I have, I think I've told y'all before, I have lupus and rheumatoid arthritis. And when I get something and get sick, it takes me a long time to get down. But I'm better, and I'm a tough chick. So all right it's all right.
I'm throwing up my guns. I got you, girl. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I know that you're pretty passionate about some of the stuff we've talked about.
Very.
What are your thoughts on this? I know you and I agree on some things and we disagree on some things. What are your thoughts on this? Yeah, that is.
I'm
100%.
cool with that. My thought is that anything that you say, do, any decision you make based on race is racism. And until people get that out of their head, you can't even tell what race a lot of people are. At least I can't. And I'm not sitting there focusing, hey, what race are you? When I see a lovely person and I look into their eyes, that's a lovely person until you show me different. And I don't care what race you are or where you're from or anything else. I feel like God made us all different because it's beautiful and interesting. And to look at it as a negative is just ridiculous. So I look at all my Dolphin family in here, and I love our differences. I love how y'all look. Mm-hmm. And I'm telling you right now, as I said in the chat, you can't even tell what race I am. I look like a white girl. I'm part white girl, but I'm also part Cherokee. And you can't think of a race that's been put down more than the Native Americans. I mean, talk about having everything stolen from them. But do I look at that and go, hey, change the Washington football team? I can't stand it being the, Redskins. No, that's just stupid. That's just looking for a problem. Don't look for a problem. Quit being overly sensitive and treat people right. It starts with you. It starts with how you raise your children and what you tolerate in front of other people. You see people acting a fool about race and you stand back and watch it and say nothing, you're part of it. You better stand up and say something and say, hey, that doesn't go on around here. If you tolerate it in your home, you tolerate it in your presence, you're part of it.
100%. I agree with you on all of your points there. I think that, and I think I'm gonna bring in 1, 2, 3, 4 Epps here because I know he was in. What's up, Epps? How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing? I'm calm today, man.
Good. I need you calm, especially for the conversation that we're talking about right now. But you had said something that got people wound up in the chat. Some of the people wound up, and rightfully so, I think. Right? You said that the NFL is repeat what you said in the chat. So
it's a fact. NFL's ran by a bunch of white guys that think they're better than everyone. It's a simple fact.
All right, and
a bunch of rich white guys.
That.
A bunch of rich white guys, and they think they're better than everybody, and it's shown again and again. And there's just been multiple issues. I don't like to get into the whole race thing because it's always somebody gets upset. This, like Pamela
you're
said,
always gonna have
somebody's
people get
so sensitive, you know. And the thing is, I grew up in such a racist environment. You know, I'm from I went to jail. I did a lot, so I know I've seen racism at its best. My brother's,
at its worst.
Yeah, he's in an interracial relationship. I see people look down on us at restaurants. I mean, you see things differently when you're in different situations. And the bottom line is racism's a thing. It's not going away. And right now, the NFL, like, it's ran by a bunch of rich white guys. I mean, you saw the whole Gruden effect. I mean, it is what it is, man.
And that's I wanted
but
you to go there.
That,
so hold on. I wanted you to go there. So let me pause real quick.
I'd like to speak to that too.
If somebody had wrote in the chat, well, they got rid of Donald Sterling. Well, they got rid of John Gruden. They got rid of those guys after it came out publicly that that was the case for those guys. Behind closed doors, if you guys like good podcast, ESPN has 30 for 30 audio podcast, and there's a really good one that is called the Sterling Tapes. It came out about 3 years ago, I think. But it's on, if you have Android or app or Crapple, it's on Apple Podcast or Android Podcast. Look up ESPN 30 for 30 and look up the Sterling Tapes. It's a 4-part thing. People inside the NBA knew that Donald Sterling was racist, and they knew that he was horrible, right?
Right.
Daniel Snyder's the same way in the NFL. There are a lot of things behind closed doors that Daniel Snyder is a pig. He's somebody that he's a racist too, right? And the same things goes with and I'm sure based on the emails that we've seen of John Gruden, there are people that knew that John Gruden felt the way that he felt and his racist.
You can just by the way Gruden said it, you can just tell that he thought he was better than.
Okay, and the point I'm trying to make is you are correct. When those things arose publicly, they got out the door. The issue is not when things go public. The issue is when people understand that it is behind closed doors and nobody steps up and says anything.
Gruden was the fall.
That's when the problem arises. That's where the problem is. And
Gruden was the fall guy. Gruden was the fall guy. Everybody, they said, hey, let's save face and let's just throw it all on Gruden. Because there was probably multiple people they could have exposed, but the rich white guys, they got together and they said, "Look, man, hey, we'll just blame it on Gruden."
I'm going to let Pamela say her view, and then I'm going to bring Polo in too. Go ahead, Pamela.
So I would like to address that whole thing about the rich white guys. There's no doubt about that, but they think they're better than everybody. Not just a particular race. They're better than everybody. So
that's classism.
They think they're
racism.
Exactly. And the Gruden thing, I would challenge anyone here to tell me that they never said a racist statement in their life. And if you went back to everything you ever said and you got people watching everything you ever said, you know darn well you said something racist.
Pamela,
and if it was brought out.
Go ahead. I want to respond to that, please.
Hold on, Epps. I want Pamela to finish and then I want Polo to go. So hold on 1 second, Epps.
Well, that was pretty much it. Just that all of us will do that from time to time, and it's because how we were raised.
When I was young,
hold on, Epps. Polo, what's up, bro?
What's up? Actually, let me go on this idiot in the comment. God Soldier. Black people can't be racist to white people. That's prejudice. You know, it's a system. White people are always on top. Do you know that? You fucking idiot. So next time you say something as stupid as that,
man, come on, bro. Like,
no, I always take that stupid argument. Well, why? How come black people aren't racist to like? Stop saying that.
They are.
It is, man. It's both ways, Polo. You're right.
It's prejudice. Yes.
Yeah.
But
Listen,
we're not
Pamela,
racist.
what I want to say, before I have it on my mind, I'm sorry, Polo. Pamela, when I was young and I was a kid, yes, there was things I said that I wish I could take back. But as an adult of John Gruden's stature and his position of people he's coaching and trying to make adults, he cannot say things like that. Okay, when you're a kid, you say things that you just don't understand. But then you get into the real world and you realize this is bad. So I got to be more careful about what I say because it's not funny. You know what I'm saying?
No.
John Gruden was a grown
right.
man. He doesn't get a pass. He was a grown man, and he did. And you know what I'm saying? He did what he did, and he was the fall guy for everybody. Whatever. But you know what?
Yep.
You were a grown man. Coaching up young kids, young adults, and you were totally unacceptable in what you wrote, said, or did. John Gruden does not get a pass.
100%. He doesn't. But are we looking in everybody's history back 10 years and all their emails? I just don't think you can pull out one person and just destroy them.
There's probably multiple people. There's probably multiple people. Like I said, all the owners probably got together and said, "Hey, let's do this." I don't know how far extensive it goes.
Hey, let me hold on. Let me bring on D-Dub. D-Dub's in the back room. What's up, D-Dub?
And Alexander saying, you think that white people aren't if you're a poor white person, they are definitely oppressed.
I think that's what he's saying. I could be wrong about that. I think that's the motion or that's what he's trying to say. So
Pam, you're not oppressed. You're just unfortunate if you're poor. You're not oppressed.
Yeah, I mean,
if
I was
I'm
poor.
So hold on, Polo.
So no, I can tell you for a fact that's not true.
Do you know the definition of oppressing? Go ahead.
That's what I wanted you to do. So I want you I want Polo. Polo, in context and definition, explain what your thoughts are.
So when you're oppressed, that means you've been unbiased, like you've been biasly judged. You've been held down. You haven't been brought opportunities like the other person because of your skin color. You haven't been oppressed.
But now,
no,
Polo,
it's not just because of skin color.
Hold on, Pamela. It's not just because of skin color. It can be gender too.
Yeah, but have you heard of the thing? There are many things. Yes, there are many things. But right now we're talking about just white people. Of course, there's gender oppression too.
Why are we talking just about white people?
But are we
don't
talking
understand.
about race? We're talking about race. We're not talking about gender.
Yeah, but not just white people. We're talking about class.
White and blacks, class, of course.
And other people.
But let's be real. How many black people do you see in the middle class? It's just there's the opportunities aren't given to them
So Polo. I don't
agree with that.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either. Completely. No.
So Polo, let's throw something out here. I don't have numbers in front of me, and I wouldn't know where to get the accurate numbers of that, right? So to me, that could be a perception thing. I'm in an interracial marriage. I have mixed children that will always be seen as black when it's all said and done.
Yep.
I live in a predominantly white neighborhood.
Trust me, I know, because Baltimore.
I live outside of Baltimore now, right? Okay. Like, so I live in the.
My brother lived in Columbus.
I live in Harford County.
My brother lived in Columbus, Baltimore.
Very white area. Polo, when you say the statement that, and please correct me if I'm saying this incorrectly. That racism is only built against, or that white people are the only people that are racist against. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying white people.
Okay.
are the
Okay.
only races.
Explain to me, give me your context of what you're saying, because I don't want to interpret what you're saying incorrectly.
All right, I think I'll give you one example: the prison pipeline system. Right, everyone knows about how blacks are always arrested for
Have you
charges they
been to
haven't
prison,
done,
Polo?
or
Just out
crimes.
of
Hold on,
curiosity.
No, but
Epps.
but I'm
let
just
him
saying
finish,
there are
Epps.
crimes that black people haven't done, and they get arrested for things
That
they haven't
happens.
done. That is true.
That
Actually,
happens.
if you search it up, there are countless
Let Polo talk.
there are
Go ahead.
countless black people that have been arrested for charges they haven't committed, or they haven't done any crime.
And you're
But
not
hey,
getting an argument with me on that. You're
okay, that is a sign of it. That's an example of oppression, because they do you see a lot of white people getting charged, or Asian people? It's
They
because there's a
do, but not a
stereotype
lot.
amongst us.
It's not.
No,
So
that's
so
actually
hold
not
on,
true.
Pamela, hold on. It happens, but it doesn't happen as big of a scale as it does to black people. Is that correct, Polo? Is that what you're saying? Again, I don't want to interpret what you're saying incorrectly, Polo.
Before I say anything else, everything I'm saying, I'm not saying it doesn't happen to white, Asian,
Okay,
black people.
got it. You're just saying from a systematic level.
From a black person's standpoint, you see it more often than others.
That's a fair statement. And it's fair for Pamela and 1, 2, 3, 4 F's to disagree. But I agree. That's a fair statement. Hold on. Let me bring D-Dub in.
I disagree only because I have personally witnessed it. That's why I disagree. And I'm not saying that, maybe it's not more this way or that. But what about Native Americans? Are Native Americans not always discriminated against and oppressed? I mean, you can't leave that race out.
D-Dub, I want you to first of all, what's up, brother? How are you doing?
Good morning.
Good
How's
morning,
everybody
D-Dub.
doing?
How you doing, brother?
All right. So the difference between racism and bigotry / prejudice is when everybody could have a thought against somebody, but do they have the economic or cultural or political backing to impact a person's life? That's when the racism comes in. So
Okay.
there is a difference between racism and / prejudice, bigotry.
Thank you.
Bigotry and prejudice are thoughts, and everybody can have a bigoted thought about whatever. You could have a bigoted thought about asparagus, for example.
Thank you.
But now, if you decide, now you have the knife in your hand and you decide to chop up the asparagus, now you have the power to impact on that asparagus. It is the same thing with racism. So the fact that you have the power, i.e., and less classism, racism, yes, I got you. Once you have that power, i.e., those owners, then you can impact somebody's life.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the difference between racism and prejudice / bigotry.
I
What I would
100% agree with
also like
D-Dub.
to point out that the media is huge in stirring up problems. And like I said before, this all starts with each one of us. What do you say? What do you think? What do you do? What do you teach your children? If how you've known somebody for a very long time, and then somebody tells you something very negative about them. Do you automatically flip and go, oh, I didn't know this person at all? Or do you take that person who told you something and go, no, I've known this person a long time and they are not that person? But that's what the media does. It turns everybody against everybody. Everybody's mad. Everybody feels like they're not being heard. So start with yourself. Don't listen to crap.
D-Dub, I want you
Yes.
to answer that.
Well, there are powers that influence what we think, how we are supposed to react to certain situations.
Correct.
Okay. And when you say the media, okay, that's a broad
It
spectrum.
is. Yep.
And it depends on where you're coming from with respect to the media. I could point to commercials.
For example, if you look at Fox Sports, you would see that they are totally against the Miami Dolphins on every single thing that they say. But if you come to Miami Sports Music Podcast Network, you'll see that we are pro Tua and pro Miami.
We are
Dolphins.
not pro Tua. Get that out of it. Whoa.
Also, can I ask Pamela a question?
Yeah.
So, Pam, have you ever been denied a job and you felt like it was because of your gender or because of your race?
Well, I'm probably not a good person to ask that because I worked in the same field for 45 years and I only worked for a couple of different places during all that entire time. I had a reputation in my field, which was dance, ballet, jazz, lyrical, modern. The dance world is its own world. I didn't really work in the quote unquote normal job market. So I don't think I'm a good person to ask that.
I jump from job to job, and the answer is no, I haven't. I was a job to job guy, so I'm probably better.
And I will say this, and I will say this to keep the issue on sports. When it comes to racism in sports, I think that is part of my problem with this whole Antonio Brown situation, right? The Antonio Browns, and I have a couple people in the back room that I'm going to bring on. If a white player did what Antonio Brown did, I don't think we crucify Antonio Brown the way the media is crucifying him.
Of course not.
I'm not even crucifying him because his story sounds kind of legit.
I agree. I think he's got a lot of legit.
So I think because if you look at Bruce Arians looks like a mean guy.
Pamela, nobody's denying Antonio Brown's baggage. Nobody's going to sit here and deny that.
Behaved how many times? I don't think this has anything to do with race.
I'm not saying it.
I disagree with the Antonio Brown situation. With that situation in particular, right? When you look at the situation, we're talking about a man who's had a very troubled history, right? He's not going to get the benefit of the doubt in this situation.
No.
At all. He's not.
Well, it's like a criminal going against a cop in court. It's just the cop's going to get the benefit of the doubt.
And then there are some people that say, well, should he? It's not a matter of if he should or if he shouldn't. The process of understanding, I think each situation should be able to be. We don't live in a society that works that way. Let's just get that straight. But it should be that way.
Let me ask everyone, the panel and everybody in the chat, how many of you, when we are talking Miami Dolphin football or football in general, how many of you are thinking, well, she said that because she's white? I'm saying, as far as like people in the chat, I can't see you. If I disagree with you, I disagree with your opinion on football, not because you're racist. This is an area that we have love for each other because we get to know each other. And it has nothing to do with race. And this is the kind of thing that should be spread out there more. Don't tolerate it.
You see, you wanted to ask the whole panel this. Let's go by this. I'm sure there's a bunch of people, not calling any names. I don't know anybody for sure, but I'm sure there is people in the chat that are racist that you just don't know. They hide it. A lot of people are very good at hiding stuff, dude. And the fact of the matter is, no, I've never felt any kind of racism on this channel. Everybody loves everybody. We've disagreed on a bunch of stuff, but no, I've never felt because of white or black. I've never thought of anything like that. I've never said, oh,
I like what
he's white or he's saying that because he's black. I've never thought that.
Hold on,
Well, the
Pam.
whole
Let people
is
answer.
very
Pamela, hold on. Let people answer your
But
question.
my point
Polo.
is that you
Polo.
can.
Hold on, Epps.
No,
Go ahead,
no,
Polo.
it doesn't happen, but there are times where I would be like, maybe do some research before you say that. But I don't ever disagree with Pam because I think of her like the
No,
the
anybody. Have you felt
No,
you were just? She's basically. Have you felt you were discriminated against ever of
in
what you've
this. Oh
said on
hell
your
no.
opinion because of your race
Oh well, in
on
real
this
life,
channel.
yeah.
On this channel.
But
on
in
this
this channel,
channel? Have
hell
you
no,
ever?
hell no.
Yeah.
That's what
You
I'm
know,
saying. So no, me neither.
I think I'm a little bit different, right? Epps, like I'm a very inclusive channel. Like I'm all about inclusivity. I'm all about like I have men, women, old, young,
Crazy.
gay, straight, crazy, not crazy, pro to it, anti to it. D-Dub, you're mute. What did you say?
Seasoned, not old.
Season. Okay.
Season
All right.
with wise men,
Old. Okay.
wisdom.
All right. So
but Stephen,
I hear you on that. You know, but
think about
not
this
every
too.
channel is like mine, or not every media outlet is like mine. Let me
But
hold on real
it's
quick. Hold on,
it's
Pam. Let me
it's
give me
not
1
just
second.
the channel.
Let me bring on.
It's our group, right? It's our group. So when you go to the Dolphin fan group, we're mixed of every kind,
Yeah, but
and
I
age,
think
race, class, just like I'm a almost 62-year-old white woman, and some of my most favorite people are these young black men who I think are amazing, or these young Hispanic men who I think are amazing. We are together as Dolphin fans, and we come to know each other, and we love each other. Do we disagree? Red hot
I
disagree.
like what Level 2 Noob said. I take offense to being called white. I prefer the term saltine American. Okay. All right, hold on. Let me bring on a couple people. I got Green Rat. Green Rat. Hello, Green Rat.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. Welcome to is this your first time on the channel?
First time.
Welcome, Green. Welcome, man. How you doing?
Welcome, brother.
Hey.
Welcome to the channel, bro.
What's up, man? What is your take on everything today?
Well, I try to get along with everybody. That's just the way I was raised and stuff. As far as how we feel about the racism part of it, yes, I have felt like there's times when you guys bring up race, it is a reflection right on to me, because truly I'm white, but I'm like I'm a mutt. I got Cherokee Indian, English, Irish. I mean, I'm as much of a mutt as anybody, but at times it does seem like we throw the race card around a little too much and stuff. And
let me ask you, Green Rat, from a perspective of, I want to keep it to sports. From a perspective of the Antonio Brown situation. If Antonio Brown was white, would we be looking at his situation differently?
I would look at him as he was a nut.
Okay, but do you think in general society's outlook would be different?
I don't think. No, I don't. The guy has a problem. Tom Brady has came out and said as much as he has problems.
Yeah.
It's just sad that it happens on the biggest stage.
Messed up. Yeah. The whole situation is messed up. Nobody's going to deny that. All right, hold on, Green Rat. Let me bring out some other people. Alexander.
What's up, guys?
I'm glad Alexander's back, because I feel like I was mean to Alexander yesterday because of his Flores stuff. Alexander, you know
It's
I
all
love you,
good.
man.
I know. You good, Epps.
You know, I was hyped up
we're all
yesterday,
here to
real
have fun.
hyped up, bro.
All right, Alexander, what's up, bro? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think you got a point about the Antonio Brown situation, honestly, because if the roles were reversed and it was a Caucasian person, I think it wouldn't be as bad as, and he wouldn't be as crucified as he is. And also,
if you go to ESPN right now, or Fox News Sports, Fox Sports, or you go to any of the major outlets, he is being drugged on
Yes.
those platforms right
Yeah,
now.
but he's being drugged by white and black
Also,
people,
but
though.
Yeah,
Steve.
you also
I'm not
gotta
I'm not
also understand
going.
this though.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Steven. You also gotta understand this is that it was his past too is what plays a factor in this too.
And
Yeah,
and I understand that. But I think we need to learn from our mistakes, aka Brandon Marshall, aka Ricky Williams, aka who else am I not thinking of here? I'm sure there are 3 or 4 other
Calvin
people.
Ridley, I would say he's in that. He's in
Calvin
that.
Ridley.
Yep. So we need to understand that this particular situation, we need, instead of crucifying this man,
I think Dak Prescott had some issues.
understand that Antonio Brown has a lot of mental issues that he needs help with. That's one, right? We all agree with that. Nobody's disagreeing with that. Number 2, Antonio Brown sounds like, based on what I've heard from both sides, his argument sounds more legit to me. Like it makes more sense than what the Buccaneers are saying.
Steven, what I think happened, Steven, is Bruce Arians. If you look at him, he looks like a mean guy. He's said stuff about
time out. Hold on, let me pause you real quick. I want you just said something. Bruce Arians looks like a mean guy.
He does.
That right there could be. Now, I'm not saying you are. I'm just literally trying to make a point here. I'm not saying you are.
I'm not saying he looks like a racist guy because I don't know.
No.
But
what I'm saying is that could be construed as a racist comment.
No. I'm saying he looks like a hard-nosed drill sergeant mean guy, you know? And I think he gave Antonio Brown an ultimatum, and Antonio Brown is just out there, and he just got into an argument with the wrong guy.
I think, in my opinion, they set up Antonio Brown to fail in that situation.
They could have done that too. I don't know.
They knew what his limits were. He is not somebody that's going to think of the pros and cons of each situation in a way that you and I might, right? You and I might have reacted differently in that situation. And I would say 90% of the league would have reacted differently.
Yeah, I mean, I would never fire somebody during a game.
But I also know based on what I know of Antonio Brown's past, that they knew that that's a potential of how he could react in this situation. And if you should do more to avoid that situation than not.
So you think they pushed him?
I think they pushed him. That's my thought.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that could very well be it, man. They had a lot of money coming his way, and Tom Brady maybe they don't think they need him. I don't know.
I think the Bucs are doing anything they can. They want to buy a championship, which is exactly what they did. And so they took Antonio Brown and they used him for what they could get out of him. And when they thought they couldn't get any more, they said bye.
Yeah, and somebody just put this up, and I know this is going to spark another debate, but I feel like I since we're on the situation now, we might as well touch it. Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if you've listened to Aaron Rodgers and his whole take of COVID and being
immunization,
or immunization or whatever. So, if anybody here listens to a really good podcast, besides me, the Pat McAfee show. I hear somebody's background. Pat McAfee's got a great show, and every Tuesday, Aaron Rodgers joins the Pat McAfee show. And if you guys want to go listen today, I'm sure he'll be up there
pretty
today.
Interesting. Yeah,
it's great. So
hey,
last week,
Steven, I gotta go. So I got something jumping off here. So I gotta go.
D-Dub, it was great to see you, man. Happy New Year, brother.
Happy New
I'm
Year.
glad you're going. I wanted you in this conversation too. But
take care, D-Dub.
So the other thing is, you look at the whole situation with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, I think, tried to manipulate the system at first. But if you listen to Aaron Rodgers now and what he has said on Pat McAfee's show, he's got some really good points. He's got some amazing points, actually. And what he's saying is, let's not stop having the conversation. Let's keep having the conversation. What I really want my fan base that's listening right now to do, after this show is over, go listen to Aaron Rodgers last week on the Pat McAfee show, where he talks about the COVID situation, how players are tested, his views on whatever, and try to keep your perception of, well, I think vaccination is good or I think vaccination is bad or whatever your view is on it out of your head and just listen. And what he is saying is we just need to keep having the conversation. And that's what I got from Aaron Rodgers. And because Aaron Rodgers has become a very political, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying to say this in a very correct way. When he says something, it sparks a lot of debate, good and bad.
He's like LeBron James. He has a lot of
I love LeBron. A lot of people. I love LeBron.
Aaron Rodgers,
and not everybody agrees with
Aaron Rodgers
with
has as much
popularity.
Popularity.
But that's fine, right? I think the whole thing of what we're trying to say is in sports, because I want to keep this sports relevant, is understand that there are ways people look at things from a perspective, whether you're black or white, that will be looked at based on the race, based on your political affiliation, based on how you look at things, and then it becomes politically twisted. I think that that Pamela is correct in her theory of the media will twist certain things, but I also think Polo's 100% correct in his theory too. That we're talking about a racism standpoint, and you have to understand there are things that a majority of black people have gone through that I personally, as a white man, will never, ever go through. There are things that my kids will go through that I cannot teach them about because I've never gone through it. And I've already seen it. I'll give you a prime example. In my life. We have a tree out front of our apartment complex. There are multiple kids that live in our apartment complex. My kids for a long time are the only two black kids, if you really now they're mixed, but they're the only two black kids.
If you're mixed, they basically they say you're black.
Correct. All the other kids are white. We have a tree outside of our apartment complex. They climb on the tree all the time. When we first moved here a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, my kids were climbing on the tree with the other kids. All of a sudden, an email went out to the tenants saying, kids no longer do not climb the tree. Now, we talked to our neighbors downstairs who are white, who kids are white, and they said, we've never heard this before. It doesn't matter. So, meanwhile, their kids have still climbed that tree. My kids haven't. Now, my kids a couple of months ago climbed the tree again with them. Guess what happened again? Another email went out.
You guys are kidding me, Steven.
You need to go up in there and start yelling, Steven.
So look, it's I can't say nothing. The only thing that points to it is my kids are black, their kids are white. There's no other way to look at it than that, right? Same thing, and I've dealt with that with coloring with chalk on the pavement in front of our thing. I've had plenty of kids that have done it. The moment my kids started doing it, we get a letter saying kids are not supposed to draw with chalk on the pavement. But I've seen it a million times done by other kids. Now that's the reality.
Hey,
Steven,
I actually
document.
Go ahead, Pamela. I'm sorry. I was going to actually say piggyback off that story that Steven said. Go ahead, Pamela. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Ladies first.
Thank you. So sweet. I was just going to tell Steven to document. So when you see kids riding on the sidewalk or climbing in the tree, take a picture, write it down, and then when your kids are there and they send you a letter, document.
Well, two things. They've
never
come to us directly and said, my kids. We've just got
I understand.
And now I know what's going on. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, but see, the thing about that is, Pamela, is people don't want to do that. I don't want to take pictures and turn people in. I don't like that.
And I shouldn't have to either.
I shouldn't have to do that. I don't want to document. I don't want to document stuff.
It corroborates you with your story.
Why am I in that position is the point.
And Pamela, you're not wrong in what you say, but at the same time, there's in my opinion, there's no point in doing that because it's only going to create a bigger issue.
Steven, you don't want to be a police officer, do you?
Yeah. And so that's neither here nor there. I say all that though to say that my kids went through something that I never went through, right? I never had to go through all that. So I'm telling my kid, hey, you can't climb the tree. Well, why not? My friends can. And what do I say to him? I tell him the truth.
Do something, Stephen. That's why you do it. You show them that you're willing to step up and say this is wrong.
Yeah. Well, look,
That's why you
I know I took it off sports, but I want to keep it on sports. But go ahead, Alexander. I'll let you say something. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Alexander. Go ahead.
Sorry, Alexander.
About that. This is my last. This is good. This is my last thing I'm going to come off with.
You're breaking up, by the way.
You're breaking up, Alex.
So,
you're breaking up, Alexander. My bad. Let me bring in Tony in the back room here. Tony Manzano.
Hi, guys.
Alexander, go out and come back in. Happy New Year to you. What is up, man?
Happy New Year,
Oh,
man.
nothing. Honestly, this is this is where I hate. Like, I've heard people complain that these athletes shouldn't get political and stuff like that, and not forgetting the fact that in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, these guys were protesting. Like, they were political. Why is there a double standard now when when kids below my generation
it is a great observation and great question. Let me explain to you why, okay? And I'll bring in Green Rat and Alexander back in. Let me explain to you why there's a double standard. The biggest thing that there's a double standard is social media and the world we live in, technology now. Everything is more looked at through the eyes of a microscope now, right? And so because of that alone, that social media alone changes that perspective.
Back in your day, Tony, not everything was videotaped, bro.
And it's not even his day. I think Tony's young, just
my
like
day,
us.
everybody's day.
But the other answer to that, the other answer to that is in sports now, because we live in such a politically charged society, that the moment that Colin Kaepernick, LeBron James, I'm trying to think people in the NFL and NBA
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers. You know, the moment they do anything, whether it has to do with race, whether it has to do with vaccination, whether it has to, it does not matter. There will be a part of society, whether majority or not, there'll just be a part of it that will be microscope to the umpth degree that will say, hey, you don't need to be talking about this. Shut up and dribble, right? And the reality is that's not fair, and nor is it right. And I understand. Let me tell you, for a very long time, well, I'm being real personal with you guys today. My family's from the military. I'm married to a black woman. The whole Colin Kaepernick situation, which I'm not going to start. But what I'm going to say from an emotional standpoint is, I know I did. It tore my family down the middle, right? And so I had some of my family that were pro, and I had some of my family that were anti, and there was some white, there was some black, there was some on both sides, right? And I had to realize that at the end of the day, I had to look at what my personal life was like and what it was and how it affected me personally. But I couldn't get mad at X person because of their beliefs, and I couldn't get mad at X person because they felt this way about somebody else. What I have learned to do over the last 2 years, and it's been very tough, is that I can't be mad at somebody if they're pro-vaccination or anti-vaccination. I can't be mad at somebody if they're pro-Trump or anti-Trump. I can't be mad at somebody if they're pro-Colin Kaepernick or anti-Colin Kaepernick. I have to understand that everybody has a view of something, and they have their reasons for having their view. And that's one of the reasons that I love Spread Kindness Fridays on my channel, is because I think there needs to just be more positivity. And I think that, to Pamela's point of, if we start looking at each other on an individual basis and not as a collective unit, as society, that we move forward. And I think there's truth in that. But I also think, to Polo's perspective, from a society perspective, there's just some things that won't change. And I get that. But how we start making a change is by platforms like mine, by understanding, hey, bro, I'm here for you if you're having a bad day. I'm here for you. Like,
Steven, you brought up you said the shut up and dribble comment, but you know where that came from? It's some of these racist commentators on Fox News saying that to LeBron.
I'm not going there. I don't want to go there. But yes, you're right. I'm go ahead, Polo.
So I'm glad you brought that up, Tony. It was a great point. So I just want to say, remember 9/11? Remember how at that time it was a sad tragedy, and we should remember them. But remember how political.
Try to keep it to sports.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it as civil as possible and sports related. But remember how the sports world was remembering it. It was a tragic tragedy, and everyone got political. No one ever questioned why the NFL or the NBA or the MLB was political around that time. But Colin Kaepernick going on a knee for the anthem,
I told you,
is something crazy. Then I don't know. I just think there are some hypocritical things when you talk about race and I'm not saying Pamela Point is bad. Like, yes, when you look at people individually, we'll get along, but there are things you'll be blinded to if you don't look at people at color and you don't see things the way we see them.
Well, so my point is that if everyone took personal responsibility for themselves, then you don't have that problem. If everyone, I'm not saying it's going to be fixed, but just don't tolerate it in your presence, no matter which way it goes.
Well, that's where it starts. That's where it starts. That's where it starts. But that's not the answer. That's not the.
You want me to tell you what you hate? You hate the Patriots. That's what you hate. You hate Barclay. That's what you hate. You want to hate on something?
I like it. I like it. All right, let me bring in Estefan. Let me bring in Estefan real quick. Estefan, I know you got some stuff to say about your Spurs. They suck. Estefan, you're not listening, Estefan.
See,
go ahead, Estefan.
You see this thumbnail, bro? That's a real quarterback. All right.
Oh, see there you go.
Not that noodle arm Tua.
Cook spaghetti.
And he's white. No, I'm just playing. He's
Cook
white.
spaghetti.
I don't know what the hell y'all are. See what Tua does to the offseason? We're talking about mess.
Yeah,
look, bro.
This is the last thing. This is the last thing I'm gonna say on this, and then I'm changing the subject back to 100%
football.
I don't.
Pamela, I love you. You ain't racist. I don't care what nobody says.
I try not to have these conversations on my channel often, if at all. But I do think that they're necessary sometime, and I do think that they're relevant sometimes when it comes to sports.
It's better than hiding in the closet. It is.
This might not apply to you, but I'll say something about this topic. This might not apply to you directly, Steven, or maybe nobody on this panel, but it's just like the Dolphins, right? It's like the Dolphins. As long as you don't have a high expectation of this team doing anything, they'll never let you down, right? And that's something that Doug has said on his show, right? But that actually has been my mentality most of my life as a Dolphin fan. But when I apply that towards what you guys are talking about, I just got to be honest. This is the way I see the world, and there's nothing that nobody can change as far as me and my heart and what I see. But I believe that everybody's racist to an extent, because as soon as everybody gets in their circles with people of their ethnicity, they crack and make jokes of other ethnicities. But I'll say this, though. That doesn't mean that you can't coexist with each other and respect people of other ethnicities next to you But Dolphin fan is the biggest racist that I know. That's all I gotta say. Black power,
This guy
black
right here.
power
Wow,
just
that's a
showed
good
up,
one
bro.
there. Really?
Esther, I do
Really?
not crack jokes in my circle.
EM, go ahead. EM, go ahead, bro.
Estefan,
Y'all
that's
do
the most honest thing I've ever heard you say.
Let EM
Listen,
go.
please disregard what this man has just said. He is one of the biggest racist individuals. He is a racist bastard, bro. That's what this guy
Just
is.
so everybody knows, these two guys love each other. This is
I don't even know what.
All right, hold up. EM, I see you saying a lot in the chat, man. Just interested to get your thoughts on this real quick.
I was trolling the chat.
I know you were. I know you were trolling.
Yeah, my
Them
approach.
dimes by Mr. D-Dub Ford on his way.
Yeah, you know, I don't know who made the comment that you know, that the world is never going to change or this country is never going to change. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree with that. But I think
That was me.
I think us as individuals, bro, you know, no one person can change the world, and us collectively might not be able to do that. I think to change this world, it's only gonna the only one that can do that, in my opinion, fundamentally, what my faith is Jesus Christ. So, and none of us are, obviously none of us are Jesus Christ. So, but however, what we can do, what my approach to not only the racism issue, but other issues that plague our society is that I can only control how I interact individually with people. You know what I'm saying? I can control what comes out of my household. And my approach to that is I try to surround myself, my personal circle, with as much diversity as I can. Obviously, I'm a black man. I'm a proud black man. I'm comfortable in my own skin. I'm very, very
EM, you're black? I didn't know that. I'm just playing.
Absolutely.
I'm just giving.
Absolutely. That's not funny, Steven. That's not funny, bro. But anyway, I'm very comfortable in my own skin. I'm very, very glad God made me the way that I am. But that, everybody should take pride and be comfortable with who and what they are. That doesn't make an individual racist. However, where the racist comes in is when you harbor a mentality that you are better than your neighbor because of what they look like and what you look like, or vice versa, or whatever. So, but again,
level 2 noob says, "Speak for yourself, EM. I might be Jesus. I don't know."
Oh, well, okay. Okay. But we should all, I think we should all just focus on our individual contribution to this issue, how you interact with people. Because you never know whose life you might change. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you, EM, I'm interested on your perspective of the whole Antonio Brown situation. What do you think about that?
What's that?
Way to switch the topic.
No, what do you think of Antonio Brown's situation?
Man, that's just unfortunate. I think he needs. I think there's some deeper issues, mental issues with Antonio Brown. This has been, an issue with him since he's been in the league. I've heard people's, I've heard
since he got hit by Vonta Burfict, he's been like this.
Well, even before that, I've heard people speak about him. Even before all of that, he's been a quote unquote nut job since he came into the league, and whatever's plaguing him, bro. Obviously.
Do you think the Buccaneers, I personally think they were out to they set him up for failure in that situation. I do.
I don't believe so.
What do you mean set him up for failure? Why you
because there's two different perspectives of this story with Antonio Brown. Tampa has come out and said, "Hey, look, he was hurt. He said he was hurt. We said he wasn't. He gets into the game. He says he doesn't want to play. We told him to go in the locker room if you don't want to be here." Right? Antonio Brown's story, or what we know of the other side, okay, is that there's one of two things. Either it was he was within 7 catches of his $1 million bonus, right? And that they were freezing him out. And the other thing to it is that if he did not want to play, that when he got out there, that they were, I mean, same thing, essentially, that they were freezing him out, right?
Right,
And
but
so,
if they wanted him to go back in, wouldn't he get his receptions?
So I don't think that they. So he had 4 receptions, I think, in the game, if I'm correct. Right?
I think Scheffner's story is more believable.
But the thing is, though, here's the thing, Steven. Here's the thing. If that is correct, say for instance, let's agree with what you said. Tampa Bay did him wrong. Okay, they set him up for quote unquote failure. Are we in 5th grade? Is that the way to handle that type of situation?
So time out. Let me say something.
Is he not a grown man?
Time out. 2 things. Number 1, I know he's a grown man, and number 2, I'm not condoning his conduct. But what I'm saying is, they knew that he would react like that. Like they knew. Do you
really
exactly
think? I mean, really, you really think they knew he would act a fool like that?
I think they knew he'd make a scene. I think they knew he'd make a scene, and that's part of the problem. They had like we as a sports society, we as sports fans, trashed and drug Ricky Williams through the mud during his time. We did the same thing with Brandon Marshall. And I think we need to look at Antonio Brown in the same light and understand this kid needs help. So
he doesn't want help. We know that. We know he needs help. But Antonio Brown strikes me as an individual that at this point in time in his life, he doesn't want help. That's what he strikes me.
Exactly.
And you cannot help anybody that does not want to be helped, bro. You
can't. But are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay with ESPN and Fox Sports dragging him through the mud? Because they have been for the last 24 hours.
Well, I mean, bro, his conduct. Look at his conduct. Again, are we in 5th grade or what? A grown man, you got a disagreement with your employer. Should not resort to those type of antics and that type of behavior, bro, to get what you want. Bro, he's acting like a 3-year-old child, bro. He's not getting what he wants.
But so 2 things. I think we know that about him, right? Like, first of all, here's the reality. I don't think he should have been on an NFL roster what should have been said is, hey, what you need to do is you need to follow X number of rules. You need to go to the therapist twice, whatever amount of times you need to be.
Who knows? They might have implemented a structure like that with him, bro. They might have.
We don't know that. You are correct.
I feel your approach, Steven, is you're going through too many loopholes for one person. And it's not even a guarantee that what you're saying is completely true, bro.
I understand.
Those are hypotheticals. I'm just saying, but look. Here's the thing, though.
What I'm not going to do is drag AB. I'm just not going to.
Wait, Steven. Honestly,
but here's the thing, though. I'm not saying. Well, you don't have. I don't know exactly what they're saying right now about him, but it just kind of seems like you have to make.
He's a clown. That he's. I haven't heard on, and I could be wrong.
Think about it this way.
ESPN or Fox Sports.
Think about it this way. Think about it this way. Hold on. Let me finish this point. What about possibly let's say he doesn't have a mental issue, and maybe he just got pissed. And when people get pissed, they get crazy, bro.
I do.
And maybe he just hold on. And maybe he just don't know how to conduct himself when he's angry, right? Let's just say he's being selfish. Right? If that's the case, bro, when you're sitting here talking about a racial issue and the fact that what you do reflects to generations underneath you and people looking at you, bro, that is a horrible example to set for your community, bro. Horrible, man. And that doesn't deserve an excuse.
I could not agree more. I could not agree more. That is, there's no justification for that type of conduct, bro.
There's something to be said that if you know how somebody could react, and if you put them in a certain situation and you give them a limited amount of options, don't be surprised when they act the way that they act.
But an adult still has to conduct himself in society.
But
the things that came out about this guy's contract lining up with the timing of this happening, bro, that really doesn't tell me that it's a health issue. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. The one thing I will say is AB, I'll give him credit for the things I can give him credit for, and that is a damn good football player, bro.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying you gotta get all the facts, put it all together, go through all the data. But you can't just be on one side of this, bro, because you could be really wrong in saying, oh, it's a mental issue, bro. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that that's the wrong approach, but what I'm saying is for that to be the only approach is dead wrong, bro.
Honestly, Steven, I think it's as simple as this. I think it's as simple as Antonio Brown and the coaches got into an argument, and Antonio Brown is like some people, like me, maybe even worse, cannot handle themselves when they're angry. And he got angry, pissed off, and he told him to go F off. And that's exactly, I think, what happened, dude. I don't know if that. I don't think that they planned it. I don't think it was planned.
If the NFL, in my opinion, should have some sort of accountability for this situation.
I just don't think it was
getting
planned.
him the help
like
that
you're
needs.
saying, like they pushed him. I don't think it was planned.
They offer Steven. The NFL already has a structure in place. They offer programs to help individuals, bro.
It's bigger than that. They're getting better. They're getting better, but it's not.
If you're not willing to accept, if you as an individual, if you're not willing to accept the treatment, bro, what can you do? I mean, what can you do if you're the NFL or an organization, bro? That's on him.
Yeah, you can't give Antonio Brown any more. You can't give him any more.
I think
Bill Belichick is known for taking in troubled players.
I think two things. This is just, I'm just going to disagree with you guys, and that's fine. I think there's two things to this. I think that number one, he has a mental health issue here that needs to be addressed. And that we need to be getting him help instead of,
he might just be a childish motherfucker. Period. He just might be an entitled
swear jar.
My bad, bro. My bad, Steve. He just might be entitled.
Ian's absolutely right.
And number two, I truly believe that if he was a white football player, he would be treated differently in this situation.
Ian, listen, I cannot say. Let me piggyback off that, please, Steven. Listen, Antonio Brown has been offered help by numerous people. Bill Belichick is known for taking in. Bill Belichick is known for taking in troubled people. He couldn't work in that system.
Yeah, but
he quit on the Raiders.
Let me pause you.
Tom Brady took him into his house.
Let me pause you. Let me pause you, Epps. Here's the reason why I have a problem with your statement there. If I'm an alcoholic, right, and I go and I say, hey, look, and I say to my friend comes to me and says, Steven, you need to stop drinking. It's really affect. That doesn't work. Just telling somebody they need to stop.
No, I get that, but you also had Tom Brady.
I think your approach right now, bro.
Bring him to Tampa. Tom Brady took him in his house. Tom Brady obviously got him help. Tom Brady was helping the guy. You could tell Tom Brady was doing things behind the scenes to help.
And I hope that Tom Brady still tries to help.
Just didn't want help.
If you really want to make it about like a racial topic, bro, I'll say one now that I was thinking about when I saw this morning. I saw on Twitter a picture of Roethlisberger and his family, the last game in Pittsburgh, but you don't see nobody calling him a racist. But everybody's calling Watson a racist, and he ain't been convicted of anything. Starting with the big A, bro. Starting with the big A and his ridiculousness over there on that show, bro.
Hold on. Don't get me started on Roethlisberger. Roethlisberger should have been charged for rape.
I don't know if he's a racist, but he's definitely a sexual predator.
He's a sexual predator. And because he's white, nothing happened to him. Don't get me started on Roethlisberger.
Steven, to your comment about, you said that you think that if he was white, the situation would have been handled differently. I'll say this. I'm not trying to justify, Antonio Brown's conduct in any way, shape, or form. However, I do agree with you in terms of the media coverage, because we've seen in the past examples of, one player is black, a player is black, he might get in trouble for something, and it's just all over every media outlet in the country. You know what I'm saying? But then you'll see B, white player, that gets into a similar situation or whatnot, and it's not covered as much. So in terms of the situation being presented to the country and how much coverage it gets, we've seen inconsistencies in that regard in the past with players, with black players and white players. So I do somewhat agree with you in that regard.
Pamela, go ahead.
But I got pushback on that.
Hold on, Green Rat. Hold on. Go ahead, Pamela.
So what I want to say is this is about a color. It's about the color green. That's what it's about. These teams that have hired him to play on their team, they knew he had problems, and what they have done is just overlooked it because of money and
You're
wanting
an
champ.
idiot, Terrence. I see you in the comments. You're an idiot. I'm sorry, Pamela. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
They don't care about him. They don't care. So when people continue to do something, his behavior has been horrendous for years. And when people continue to hire him, they keep saying, yep, that behavior is fine. They should never have hired him because he should have been forced to go get help. But because they're hiring him, why is he going to go get help? He's still getting away with his behavior like that.
And nobody. You're 100% right, Pamela. Nobody has held him accountable. Nobody has held him accountable. And why should he want to change when they're when society repeatedly keeps on giving him the opportunity to keep doing the same thing and expecting different results? What needs to happen with him?
Because they care about the color green.
Well, but I also think, Pamela, in my opinion, that part of the situation is because he's black, in my opinion. I think that if he was a white football player, it would be handled differently. And
in terms of what? What do you mean by handled differently?
I think the media outlook would be totally different if he was a white
I agree with
football
that.
player.
I agree with that 100%.
And I also think that and this is a perception thing. Okay. I know some people are going to totally disagree with me on this, and some people might agree with me on this. I think black athletes are looked at more from a perspective of, if you can make me money, great. If you can't, I'm not worried about your personal life.
I think that's athletes in general.
That's what I think. I think if he was white, there'd be more people to be like, you know what? Here's what it is. You need help. Let's get you the help you need before you step back on a football field.
I don't think
and let's make that the priority.
I think they would have helped him before the Patriots.
Steven.
I don't know, man. I just, I would need an example of what you're saying because it just kind of like, I don't know, Steven.
I said it's a perception thing. I didn't say I was right. I'm just saying that's what I think.
It really feels like you're
I got a prime example.
I can't even go over an example.
I got an example, guys.
Can I go, guys?
I got an example.
I got an example too. Remember the white guy that he had a black wife and he put his hands on his wife, beat her up?
You hit the nail on the coffin because that's exactly what I was about to say.
Where was the expanded media coverage on that issue? This is a man that actually harmed another human being. Where was the expanded?
The offensive lineman for the Seahawks.
Where was the expanded media coverage on that to the level like we're seeing with Antonio Brown or other players in the past?
And you know what, Ian, that's a good point because you brought that up. Remember that guy that hit a woman not too long ago? It was a black guy, and they arrested him at the airport, and he had hella media coverage.
Well, he was a fugitive also, bud.
But there's a difference, though.
But
no one talked about the other guy.
Keep it to sports. Keep it to sports. Is there like you don't? I don't know.
I have pushback.
Steven,
go ahead,
Steven.
Green Rat. Go ahead,
there was an offensive lineman for the Seahawks. EM said it that he went off on his wife, and there was such little media coverage that the story went off the map in a matter of 2 days.
Yeah,
and that's
I agree.
You never heard from it again.
And this is a man that almost killed somebody.
So you're proving my point. You're helping my point.
So he was a white guy?
Yeah,
he was released immediately, and that was that.
And again, the man, he put his hands on his wife is black. So who's to say that if he was actually married to a white woman, would it have gotten more? That's another topic of conversation. Maybe not most, on this platform, but just something to think about.
Yeah.
That was a black woman, bro.
Cap for life. Cap for life is up here. What's up, Cap?
Hey, man. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hey, Cap. What's up, brother?
It's a high intense conversation, guys. Yeah, it's what you guys are talking about right now is something that we used to compare these players to modern day gladiators but at the same time, the gladiators were treated like crap unless you performed in the arena. So in this aspect right now, there's a lot of guys that are making a lot of money right now. So that comparison is pretty much died down because, when you got millions and millions of dollars, there's no excuse to have some type of representation, making sure you're under control. But at the same time, I get what other people are saying. It's real quick to mislabel somebody when they already have past issues.
Yep.
And, at the same time, we don't know what's going on, but we do know that
we don't have the full details. You're 100% correct. But the little pieces that we do have lead me to believe a few things. Number one, Antonio Brown should not be on an NFL roster again until he is required to get the help that he needs. Okay. And part of that is him accepting that help, right? Part of that is that. But we also don't need to enable him.
Sadly,
But
Antonio Brown played his last. Antonio Brown walked on the field for his last time.
And you might be right, Epps. You might be right.
He quit on 3 teams. I don't see anybody sign him.
He needs help. He needs help.
Yeah, but where has that help been ever since he was with the Patriots? Where has that help really been? Tom Brady? That's about it?
Tom Brady's been the one.
Tom Brady's the one who's probably done the most for him.
The most,
Let's call it like it
There's
is.
a problem with that,
Look,
by the way.
Tom Brady only helped him because he needed him. Okay? That's not help.
You don't know that, Paul. You don't
Hey,
know.
Steven, I was trying to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't
Green,
know.
hold on, Epps. Go ahead, Green.
Yeah, I disagree with that, man. I disagree with that. Tom Brady would not even be involved in that type of situation unless he didn't
Tom
really
Brady
care.
started helping him. Tom Brady started helping him when he joined the Patriots. It wasn't even out of love.
Hold on, Polo. Manolo, I'm interested to know what you mean by Steven is perpetuating a narrative based on zero facts. Explain that more in detail. And Green Rat, go ahead, Green Rat.
Well, as far as the ESPN doing, the black, since calling him black, and it's not necessarily true. It kind of lays on the spectrum of if you are the political side of it, because to me, which I guess I'm saying my political side, I don't see as many when it's a white guy that commits a crime against somebody, it's national news on my end of it. But a black guy or kid that goes in and shoots up a school, there's hardly any news on it. So I see it the opposite way.
Manolo, you said I feel it, so it makes it right. You're saying that I said that. I feel it. I also said, before I said that statement, I said my perception is, I didn't say it was right or wrong. How many people heard me say that I said it was my perception?
Absolutely, you said.
I heard you.
I'm not saying that my way is
Steven.
right. I'm not perpetuating a narrative.
You can think any way you want, Steven.
I have a platform, but I'm allowed to have an opinion on my platform.
Yep.
You have an opportunity to, yeah. And I also
Manolo, hey, Manolo, come up here, Manolo, man. We need a Manolo up here, bro. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I love how these guys talk in the comments, Terrence.
Yeah, Manolo, come up.
They talk a lot of junk,
I will be,
they don't
Manolo,
want to come
I
up
will
and
be
say
more
nothing.
than happy to give you a platform.
Terrence is an idiot. Terrence is one of the biggest idiots in this community.
You want to talk all, you want to advertise, come up and sell something, bro.
Hey, first of all, hey, two things. No name calling.
Terrence is an idiot.
No name calling, EM.
I'm not
Sorry,
name
my
calling.
bad,
I'm
bro.
just saying, if you're going to cap on somebody, come up here and be a man and talk to them
Or a
straight
woman,
up. Don't
or
do
a
it on the
woman,
keyboard, man.
or
That's
a
some
woman.
Hey, Steven, can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead, Green Rat. I'm sorry.
And I'm not saying anyone's right or wrong. I guess what I'm saying is probably the news you watch and the stations you watch. Like I personally see more one way than you guys could possibly see another way by being on the different, like I watch Fox News.
That's the media. That's the
somebody watches CNN, so I don't see some of this stuff, but you guys see it, so it doesn't make either of us right or wrong. That's why Antonio Brown
You are 100% correct. You are 100% correct. If you are watching a particular news station, right, you are going to see what that news station or that news outlet wants you to see. And until you change the channel and feel different. I mean, look, here our community is a great example, right? Let's put it to the Dolphins. I have been very pro Tua. There have been other people that have been very anti-Tua.
You were anti-Tua in the beginning of the year. Don't lie.
I was. I was not.
I wouldn't say pro.
I didn't want him because he's left-handed.
I was never
pro
anti-Tua.
Tua.
Yeah, but I think it's a reality, right? You go to TD's platform, you're going to get something different than you're going to get on my platform. You go to Reason's platform, you're going to get something different than D1. You're going to go to K Flexion's platform, you're going to get something different than Dougly Do-Wrongs.
Like I said, absolutely. I didn't want Tua because he's left-handed. I can't stand left-handed quarterbacks.
No, he's not. He's right-handed.
But he's our quarterback, and I'm going to roll with
him.
He's
right-handed. He's not left-handed.
And by the way, the best of 11 and 5, bro. You have been on my platform for 2 days, bro, and I have not said anything to you. I have ignored you. I'm gonna go ahead and say yes. I remember the time you said that the Dolphins were gonna not make the playoffs. Good for you for being correct on that.
Yeah,
that's all I'm gonna say.
Hang on real quick. Absolutely, Terrence. My opinion. Absolutely, Terrence. I want to say this directly to you. Absolutely, my insight is better than yours. You're an idiot, bro. You're a straight idiot. We all know that.
Hey, Terrence. Bro,
nobody wants to hear Terrence. Nobody in this community wants to hear Terrence, bro.
Terrence,
I'm better than you.
Terrence, I want everybody on my platform.
Terrence just said I'm scared to come up here. Hey, tuck your tail between your legs and run, bro.
Hey, no name calling. God, both of you.
I didn't call him any names. I said tuck your tail between your legs and run.
Eps. Oh my God. All right. Manolo says, thank you, but I'm at work. It's hurtful when a narrative is supported by someone's opinion and used to invalidate someone else's opinion. I'm not invalidating anybody's opinion.
You're not invalidating.
I'm not invalidating anybody's opinion.
Nope.
I'm not saying that my opinion is right, but I'm allowed to have opinion, and I'm allowed to express that opinion. The same way EM is, the same way Terrence is, the same way you are, Manolo. Everybody's allowed to have their opinion on the and you can feel free to choose to have that expression or opinion on your own platform, somebody else's platform, whether they choose to allow it or not. For example, there are some people on their platforms that choose to block people. We're not going to name names. Okay? But
why not, Steven? Why not, Steven? Let's name names.
Has Steven
Don't be scared.
Has Steven D ever blocked anybody?
No. Some people need to be blocked. Some people need to be blocked, Steven.
Look,
you know what I mean?
When I think I have blocked one person for using vulgar language and not changing like towards somebody. That's it. And so,
yeah, if you have an opinion, Steven's never blocked you. That's the difference between this channel and somebody like, I'll say it, Big O, who's sensitive. And if you don't agree with
Big O,
I didn't say anything
about broadcaster.
If you don't agree with Big O, he'll block you.
No, he's not.
Awesome.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
Awesome.
No, he's not. That man gave me an opportunity.
He needs to rebrand his program to Big I. It should stand for Big Idiot. That's what he is.
Yeah, because he's
100% facts, though, EM. Come on now.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He's very opinionated, and he lives in his feelings. No, he's not, bro.
EM, stop name calling. Stop name calling.
My bad, bro. My bad.
I want to go back to the point about somebody saying, well, the Dolphins lost and I was right. I told you. What kind of fan are you when it's more about being right? I told you we weren't going to.
No, he's a Patriots fan.
That's just crap. That's just crap. You know, the fact that we were wrong, that we wouldn't make it to the playoffs, that sucks. I'm not going to sit there and go, well, I was right. I told you we wouldn't make the playoffs. If you're a Dolphin fan, You're not happy because you were right about stuff like that. You don't brag about being right. Come on, man.
No, I'm
I
crying
That's
that I
a
was wrong about. I'm
that's a
crying
painful
that I was
stereotype.
wrong about Tua. I
You
mean,
know,
it
guys,
makes me so sick
I'm
that I
gonna
was
let
wrong
you.
about him. I wanted
I'm
Tua to
gonna let you
succeed
guys
so
know
much.
this, okay?
you out. I'm not
Steve,
calling you out.
everybody here on the panel, I'm still gonna be on this whole thing with Flores. I think he was the reason why he was one of the reasons why we lost this game against Tennessee.
Why?
He's
Why?
one of the
What did
reasons
he do?
why
Play
we
call.
went 1-7. Why he dug us. Waddle and everybody was thriving in spite of the coaching. In spite of the coaching, okay. That's been the biggest knock is that in my opinion that's been on this season has been coaching, and Flores is stubborn, and unfortunately he stuck with his mindset, and
EM Dolphin, why did you leave, EM?
that's
Go ahead.
Well,
I
here's the
think it's because of me.
Yeah, he's
I
probably
think
so sick. Alex, what did Brian Flores do that in that game that makes you want to fire him?
Okay, so here's the thing. You want to know? Here's the thing. His in-game coaching this season has been a real question mark. In-game coaching, all the way from the 7-game losing streak to the Tennessee game where he decided not to challenge the fumble. Okay,
That fumble was not
and
a fumble. Did you see it? That was a good no
and
challenge.
the thing is that
Alexander, I disagree with you, just so you know.
That was a good no challenge.
I
If he
know
would
you
have
do,
challenged that, he would have lost.
Alexander, I'm gonna block you for having that perception about the GOAT.
Nah, he would have lost that challenge, Alexander. Let me tell you another thing about B-Flow. He brought a practice squad into a 5-win season. Okay, then he went into
yes, I
then he
understand
went to an early
And-
season last with injured players. Or last year he had a winning season. This year we had injured players in the beginning of the season, a tougher schedule, and guess what? We started 1-7. B-Flow turned the team around, made it work around an inept quarterback who is limited on so many levels and won 7 straight. B-Flow deserves more credit than you are giving him. B-Flow, the only
Epps, I
reason
don't
we
know
won
about
7
inept
games is
quarterback.
because of Brian Flores and him shrinking the package that Tua could understand because Tua is so limited on so many levels.
Well,
Okay, so
what do you want?
let
I
me
mean, honestly, guys, do
comment.
you want him? The reason why he's limited is because look at what he has to work with around him.
What do you mean?
Stop
He's
it.
Jalen Waddle. He's
No.
Gesicki. Dude,
I'm
he's
no,
Devonta
that's
Parker.
ridiculous.
Here,
That's
He has
ridiculous.
more than
EM,
That's ridiculous.
you were on
Tua,
Larry's show.
listen.
Show
I've been.
yesterday. Where
What's that?
Ball game pointed out a good thing yesterday on
What'd he say?
Larry's show
What'd he
about
say?
Higgins.
No, I don't want to hear that. No. And ball game is wrong. I told him that we argued about this for 4 hours Sunday night. We were on Reason's show. Reason was wrong. Ball game was wrong, and Martin are wrong with that narrative. The issue that's plaguing Tua is not a personnel issue. It is the biggest issue that's plaguing him is a mental issue because they want to blame, and I'm not saying those 3 individuals, the Tuaniers and whatnot, but the Tuaniers in this community, right? They want to blame everybody and their mama for the lack of production that we've seen with Tua. That is one of the biggest lies ever told in this community, bro. I am not saying this coaching staff is perfect. I am not saying Brian Flores is perfect. But when we're talking about this player, because again, what have I been telling y'all? The film don't lie, bro. This offensive staff are scheming guys open. There are consistent plays on the field to be made, and Tua is not making them. That is the biggest issue plaguing this offense. It's not about running game. It's not about offensive line.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Ian is absolutely right.
Can I please stop? Can I please finish? When Tua has time to properly survey the field and distribute the football according to what the defense is giving him, he struggles mightily. I've been telling y'all for 2 months now, right? If you're going back to last year, we're going to keep it 1,000. Before now, everybody's hopping on this narrative about the world is seeing now the glaring issues in the game from he can't handle an NFL, a traditional NFL pro style offensive approach, right? See, now everybody's hopping on that. But EM Dolphin fan was saying that 2 months ago. But y'all labeled me a Tua hater when I was pointing all these things out on film about him being scheme specific. Do you recall that? Does everybody remember that?
Yes.
Okay, I want to reflect.
So no. So the biggest issue with Tua is not the O-line.
EM, calm down. Number one, let me tell you why I disagree with you. So the Dolphins' offensive line was rated the worst offensive line in the NFL this year for almost the entire year. Okay,
I don't want to hear that. As bad as this. Listen,
let me finish. I'll let you talk. Let me
go
finish.
ahead. You're right.
Is
Go ahead. My bad.
This Antonio Brown losing it?
My bad. So sorry.
Right.
I apologize.
So here, all right. Here. You can't discount it, and here's why you couldn't discount it. Okay, if you go look at the stats from 32nd offensive line to 15th offensive line to the first rated offensive line, you will see an average of like a 2 or 3 second increase, right? So, and what you will see is if I have an extra 2 to 3 seconds to make a throw, I am going to make better decisions with the football. Point blank.
Listen, Steven.
And because I'm going to feel more comfortable.
Please listen, Steven.
I'm going to feel more comfortable in the parking lot. Go ahead,
please listen.
I let Pamela go.
Listen, I am not talking. Listen. Oh, okay,
No,
go ahead, Pam. I'm sorry.
Hello. So here's the thing. I agree with Alexander on a certain level, that because the buck stops with the coach, right? I agree that there should have been a lot more challenges, technical flags, okay? I don't know if that's coming from upstairs and he's not getting the information he needs. I don't know. But I also believe that the play calling has been horrendous. And Sunday's game was a perfect example of we've got Duke Johnson running, and then we stopped calling that play.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you. Yes.
I am not saying that we should fire Flo. I'm just saying he either needs to surround himself with better people or make better decisions, because
if he would have challenged that fumble, he would have lost.
I never listen.
Win that game.
If we kept up with the money. He does not deserve blame. He does. However, and Steven, to your point about Tua, about having an extra an extra second or two. Hang on. Okay, give him that. Right? I am judging Tua off when he does have that extra 2 seconds. Tua, and going back to Alabama, Tua has struggled when he is not in an RPO format. He is a different quarterback. And I'm talking pre-injury. He is. It's a fact at Alabama. It's a fact what we're seeing. That's the biggest issue what's plaguing him now. Did you not hear the telecast when Hang on. Did you not hear the telecast? What Mike Vrabel told the sideline beat reporter? What their in-game strategy was going to be today?
Shut the RPO down.
I am paraphrasing, but what he said was, we are going to put Tua in a drop-back traditional format and force him to beat us in that approach. And he struggles mightily in a traditional NFL progression-based approach. That is his biggest issue. That's not a personnel issue on the offensive line. That's not a personnel issue at the running back position. When he has times and teams take the RPO away from him, he's an average, and I'm being generous, an average quarterback at best. That's just a fact where he is at this stage of his development.
Another Ryan Tannehill.
And that's undisputed.
Thou shalt not blaspheme on Ryan Tannehill's name.
So all of these souvenirs, stop making excuses. Educate yourself on the details of this game and stop making excuses.
EM, will you make me a promise, EM?
What's that?
Will you make me a promise? Next year, when the Dolphins have restructured their entire offensive line, and we go from 32nd to top 10 in O-line in the league,
we're
which
not
I
going
hope is
to,
the case.
Steven.
Okay, I'm telling you, I think we're going to make a big jump.
You guys tend to.
Let's say top 15. We're going to be in the top 15 in O-line next year. Okay. When we do that next year, and hold on, let me finish. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done.
Go
But
ahead.
we have top 15 O-line, and Tua is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Okay. Top 10 quarterback in the NFL next year. I want you to come back up here with that same energy and say,
I am going to tell you this right
you
now.
were right because the
I am
offensive
telling
line
you,
is better.
I am telling you right now. I am telling you. I can 99.9%. I'm 99.9% definitive when I say this. Tua will not have that opportunity in Miami. He will not moving forward.
I guarantee
bro.
if he goes to the Saints, he will be a top 5 quarterback.
No, he won't.
That's
No.
insane.
What?
Let me ask you this.
Hang on.
Hold on. DM, listen, brother. If Tua goes to Pittsburgh, if he goes to Pittsburgh or New Orleans, he will
Let
be
me ask you this.
Why, Steven?
Let me ask you
Tell
this.
me
Hang
why.
on. Steven, can I please have the floor for a minute, please? Look. When y'all make statements like that, y'all are hang on. When y'all make statements like that about Tua, you're so convinced that this man is going to be a Pro Bowl player. So if he goes somewhere else,
a Hall of Famer.
Hang on. Okay. Anyway, please don't interrupt me. Please, Steven. Stop being generous with that mute button. Please.
I didn't touch the mute button. I swear I did.
That's what I'm telling you. Please stop being generous with the mute button when people are trying to interrupt me, bro. Please.
Okay.
What given Tua's body of work, right? See, we know now there's no denying Tua is a scheme-specific player. There is no denying that now, right?
Yep.
So when you see Tua, right? When Tua is, again, like I just highlighted, when he's in a different format other than the RPO, he's an average player at best, right? So when these Tuanians, when these fans are when they say they are so convinced that if he goes somewhere else, he's going to be a Pro Bowl guy, he's going to be a quote-unquote Hall of Fame guy. What has Tua done, given his body of work in Miami? What has he done from a film standpoint to convince you that he's going to be that successful at this level?
I'm going to answer that.
Can I start that?
Hang on. I'm not done yet. He's compromised, obviously mentally. Now it's out on Tua, and he's compromised physically. So what makes you think he's going to be successful? He's going to reach that level of success in the league?
Before I answer, I want to ask you this question. Do you think Tanahill is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL?
No.
Okay, that's fair. I just want.
Okay, let me say this with you. I'm glad you brought up Tanahill real quick specifically. See, we are and Tua's deficient. His deficiencies at this point is his development, bro. At this stage, it's okay to have those, right? But when you're talking about development, right? When you're talking about development at this level, why people are saying, well, if you give, that's why I say it's not primarily a personnel issue with the O-line and a running back or whatnot. Tua's habits, his bad habits that's plaguing him at this level, bro, it's going to take years for him to develop, to get out of those habits. Hang on.
Hold on. My last question.
Please,
let me ask one more question. Would you rather have Tua or Tanahill right now?
Listen, let me finish. I'm getting to Tanahill, if you let me, please.
Okay.
Look at Ryan Tannehill, right? Now, Tanahill, from a physical standpoint, the reason why the Dolphins, he was allowed so much patience because he had enough foundational traits to give him grace because he was such an immense athlete. Tua doesn't have those traits, right? And even look at Ryan Tannehill, the situation he went to in Tennessee. Even though we saw, an uptick in his overall production, right? I give him that. But those still bad habits that plagued him in Miami, they are still surfacing in Tennessee. He's never developed out of them. So my point is with Tua, the issue that's plaguing him, it's not going to be helped necessarily primarily by personnel around him. Just like Ryan Tannehill, with better O-line, got a historic running game, but those bad habits are still plaguing him at this level. And this is my biggest fear with Tua. When people say they're so quick, well, Tua will develop, he will do this, bro. It is difficult for a player that is deficient physically and mentally that Tua is right now, bro, to develop enough to where you can be a consistent player and a true franchise guy, bro. That is no easy task. And Tua bro, he is, and again, this is one of my biggest disappointments with Tua Tagovailoa, because we all know I loved him pre-draft 2020. What was sold about him to the world, to me included, was about he was supposed to be the more polished, quote unquote polished, and NFL ready prospect, bro. And he was the worst out of all of them. Jalen Hurts included. Now I don't think Jalen Hurts is a better player, but fundamentally, when you're talking about traits that are translatable to the NFL level, Tua was the worst out of all of them. And that's just a fact, bro. And again, y'all need to wake up and get out of this Tua trance, bro. He's a flawed player. He needs time to develop. And unfortunately, he is not going to get it in Miami. And I don't blame Brian Flores 1 minute for wanting to move off of him, because he has glaring issues, bro. Glaring issues.
One more question, and then I'm taking over. One more question. With the exception of Deshaun Watson and Russell Wilson, is there a rookie quarterback that will be coming up in the draft or another free agent that you would be comfortable replacing Tua with?
Pick it.
Are you asking me specifically?
Yes, I'm asking you specifically, because I'm.
It has begun.
From a draft standpoint, not at this time. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm willing to. I think, even though I think Tua is flawed, there's a lot of holes in his game. Man.
All right.
Hang on. Let me finish. He has flashed. It hasn't been consistent enough. And again, at this level, at the NFL level, consistency is always a requirement. But I will say with Tua, he's flashed certain traits that, if he gets better from a health standpoint, if he gets better from a processing standpoint, there's enough there to where Tua can be an NFL starting, caliber quarterback. Now, in terms of what level he gets to, I think my ceiling for him has been lowered, drastically, because again, I see a player compromised physically. I don't think probably he'll never be the same player he was before he got hurt. However, still, with that being said, I just don't see anything coming out this year that can give you, borderline starter production initially, because I think the coaching staff is in the situation next year that they have to win. So I'm not going to do that.
My turn, EM. My turn now. Okay. Number one, I'm going to address the Tua Tanahill situation. Okay, that's the first thing I'm going to do. And then I'm going to go into why Tua is the best thing for our future, minus Deshaun Watson, as long as his legal ramifications
This is after you were leading the Watson train. You had it.
Ian,
okay.
Shush.
Well, go ahead.
Let me talk.
All right, go ahead.
I'll let you talk. My turn. Okay, number one, Tua versus Tanahill. Number one, Tanahill minus last Sunday's game, from week 9 all the way to last week, okay, which was week 16, 9 to 16, okay, weeks 9 through 16, 5 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, and averaged like 130 yards per game. 5 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, over about 130 yards per game. He had 93 yards a passing game. He had 191, 153, 143. Okay? The man is not a good quarterback. So I don't want to hear nothing more that Tanahill is better than Tua. And
Who said that?
A lot of people. Over the last couple days. All right, EM, my turn. I got you.
Go ahead.
EM didn't say that.
Steven, you're drinking the haterade, bro. Stop drinking the haterade.
Bro, hey, listen. Okay. Now, that's one. Number two. If you
I
go
guarantee you in Tennessee, they will tell you different.
Two things. Number one, Tennessee's got a better offensive line than we do. Tannehill is no way, shape, or form better than Tua. None. Absolutely none. Okay. Number two.
He's a better athlete. He's a better athlete.
No, the hell he's not. Number two. Number two. Let me finish. Let me finish. No.
All right. Go ahead.
Let me finish.
Steven.
No.
All right.
Number two. Okay. Tua, at the end of the day, okay, is still at the end of his second year. And if you look in theory, he's only played a full season plus a couple of games. So if you
Here we go. Here we go.
Hold on. I know people are going to be like, here come the excuses. This is the excuses. No, give this man time to progressively get better, which I believe he's done. I believe he has done. I got a lot of feedback coming from somebody, so I'm putting y'all on mute for that. I believe that he's progressively gotten better from that standpoint.
Oh.
If you go out and get a rookie quarterback, or you go out and get a David Mills or Mike White or whoever, you're talking about undrafted free agents that were undrafted for a reason.
What? Can you get to your point, please?
Hey, I'll let you keep on going. You're gonna let me talk, EM. You gotta calm down. EM. Number two. All right. Here's the other thing too. Tua, if we give up on a quarterback after 18 or 19 games, we're never gonna get the quarterback that we need. Because here's the reality. Aaron Rodgers sat on the bench for 3 years.
We gave up on Rosen and we got Tua.
Yo, I'm telling you right now, you have to let these quarterbacks progress and get time to develop.
I'm just saying, we gave up on Rosen to get Tua.
Hold on. And if you look at Kyler Murray has had an offensive line around him. And so now you're going to allow Kyler Murray, as I'm getting a phone call here, you're going to allow Kyler Murray. They put the tools around him to be successful, which is why Arizona has been one of the best teams in the NFC. If you did the same thing around Tua, I want you to think about this for a minute. Think about this. If we had anything of an offensive line, the Miami Dolphins would have been up for the 1, 2, or 3 seed in the AFC this year.
How long is that excuse going to hold up, Stephen?
Hold on, I just thought
it's a reality. But it's a reality.
Come on, man.
That's not an opinion.
I think, Steven, I'm not saying what you're saying about the O-line doesn't help. That's obvious. But when you're talking about when you're talking about sticking with Tua or going in a different direction, i.e. Deshaun Watson, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, it becomes about ceiling with Tua. If the option that you have in-house is able to reach that ceiling. And, bro, so what we've seen from Tua in the 2-year sample size that he's been in Miami, he hasn't shown nowhere near enough to even come close to that ceiling, bro.
Explain to me, EM, what you're going to see from a rookie quarterback or another free agent minus Deshaun Watson or Russell Wilson that's going to make you think that we're going to be put in a better position with somebody else.
Why do we keep minusing Deshaun Watson out of curiosity?
Well, listen.
Because Deshaun is a top 5 quarterback on the field.
I'm saying you keep saying minus him. He's already filled out 18 accusers, I think, is done. He only has a couple more. He's ready to go, baby.
I would even throw another name at you.
I'm not doing anything until it's
I would even listen. I would even throw another name at you, Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins is another player, bro.
Over Tua, yeah.
You know?
Hell no.
No, bro. Kirk Cousins. Have you checked that man's statistics, bro? Kirk Cousins
Kirk Cousins
is phenomenal, bro. He is phenomenal.
Thanks, but
okay. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing Kirk Cousins' name out there.
Yeah, he's going shot for shot with Aaron Rodgers. I've seen it. Kirk Cousins is good.
So anyway, but again, like I said, it's about where in terms of ceiling with Tua. And I'm not even talking about Rodgers. I don't even talk about Russell because those guys are on Hall of Fame trajectories. More likely than not, even a physically compromised Tua will never be able to get to that level. But that's why I threw out a player like Kirk Cousins. I don't even think Tua can get to that level, which Kirk Cousins is phenomenal, by the way. I don't even think Tua can even get on his level now. So anyway, from a coaching standpoint, this is where Brian Flores is at.
Kirk Cousins is having a hell of a year. I'm looking up his stats right now.
Yeah, he's got Aaron Rodgers numbers. We did the breakdown yesterday. We compared him to Aaron Rodgers, and he has almost the same.
His numbers are pretty good.
I've seen Kirk Cousins go shot for shot with Aaron, dude. Kirk's good.
Yeah, but are you going to pay Kirk Cousins $25 million for the next 4 years?
No, I wouldn't pay him. I wouldn't pick
Absolutely.
Jimmy G.
He's a franchise
Jimmy
quarterback.
G. Okay, you
He's a
got Jimmy G.
franchise quarterback. Stop.
You got Jimmy
He's a
G,
franchise
David
quarterback.
Carr, Jimmy G, David Carr, Kirk Cousins, and Baker Mayfield. Which one?
Kirk Cousins.
I'll take a flyer on Baker.
What are my choices? Give me my choices again.
Baker Mayfield, Kirk Cousins,
I'll
Jimmy
take a
G,
flyer on Baker Mayfield. I just think
Jimmy
he's
G,
holding him back.
or David Carr.
Kirk Cousins, 100%. Not even close.
I would
Baker
probably say,
Mayfield.
I would probably say Derek Carr.
But the thing with Kirk Cousins, bro, look at his. Don't just look at this year. Look at his career.
I am.
Look at this man's career.
30 touchdowns, 7 interceptions this year. 35 touchdowns, 13 interceptions last year. 35 touchdowns, 13 interceptions the year before that. I already said that. 26 touchdowns, 6 interceptions the year before that. 30 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. 27 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. 25 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. 29 touchdowns. Look, he throws touchdowns, and he averages
highly productive.
He averages about.
Hey,
he averages 4,000
shout out,
plus yards
shout
a
out
year.
to Chris. Shout out to Chris from Finn's Tailgate, man. He's the one that did the number breakdown yesterday. I didn't know that.
Y'all want to stick with Tua? You want to ignore that type of production? You want to stick with Tua?
Let me say this.
Okay.
I'm going to flip flop.
Surprise! Whoa! What a surprise, man! Shocker!
I'm gonna add Kirk Cousins to the list that I would rather have over Tua.
Yo, Ian,
because these numbers are impressive. I will admit, I'm impressed. I didn't know his numbers were this.
See, Steven, look, that's all I want. This is the approach I'm trying to get with the Tuaneers. Not the people that. But
I believe that Tua is the guy that we need to stick with. If
Okay.
Go out and get.
But see, just like you took a deep breath, you got out, you calmed down, you got out of your feelings, and you looked at that situation objectively. This is what my point, since going back to last offseason, I am trying to get the Tuaneers to evaluate Tua properly. Just take a deep breath, calm down, get out of your feelings, and just watch the tape. That's all. Take emotion completely out of the evaluation. And that's exactly what you just did. You said, damn, you know something? I got to put him on the list as well.
Ian.
Do you know how much better in terms of the individual relation within our community would be if people would take that, they would take that approach in terms of the evaluation? So that's my whole point, bro. I hope everybody's listening and they use Steven as an example, to stop with this bickering and back and forth and this undying loyalty for this player that has done absolutely nothing.
And let me say this. Let me preface this and say this. I want Tua. I want to keep Tua. Now, if you
that's fine.
And if you have the opportunity, though, if the opportunity presents itself to get Kirk Cousins, to get
I am talking to Tuaneers
Deshaun Watson,
irrational.
Then you go out and get Deshaun Watson.
I'm talking about the irrational Tuaneers, the cancer that's in the community right now. I'm talking about the cancer that exists in the
How can he not be sold on Russell Wilson, man? He's Hall of Fame. He's having a bad year.
I just think he's.
You think that Russell Wilson is worse than Tua?
I'm not. I don't know.
Would you rather go forward with Russell or Tua?
Tua right
That's
now.
crazy to me, man. That's insane, bro.
Because Russell Wilson's on the downside of his career.
That's just crazy. Tua has no career, Alex. He's terrible.
Okay.
What I don't get.
By the way, I don't know that Russell is on the downside of his career. I know he's having a bad year. So I would
him and Tanahill came out the same year. Which one's having a down year?
I would not feel comfortable handing Russell Wilson.
Yeah, Steven, let Russell on. Drop the link for Russell. Ooh, I want to hear this. I want to hear this.
There's a good chance Russell might owe me $100 because we might be shipping to his ass to Pittsburgh.
I've been trying to get a question.
Steven, hey guys.
Go ahead. Hold on. Somebody had a question.
Ian, so this is for both Ian and Steven, though. Earlier you guys if we don't get Deshaun or if we don't get Kirk, you rather keep Tua. But I have a different approach. I'm thinking like, hey, use this offseason to sign free agent O-lines, continue to build the defense, and do what the Patriots did this year. Add a rookie, insert Kenny Pickett. Like, what's wrong with that?
Kenneth Pickett looks great.
Here's the thing about a rookie quarterback. The same things that you guys are complaining about Tua for, you're gonna deal with a rookie quarterback. So why even bother with that when we're already so far along with Tua?
But the thing,
but see, the thing is, when you're talking about comparing, when you talk about, this year's draft at that position, the only type of player that I would look for is that immense athlete, that with just crazy athletic traits.
That's
For me
him.
to
That's
want
him.
to,
Kenneth Pickett.
I don't think he's that great of it. Not again. If he turns out to be that, once he goes to the combine and his athletic measurables are off the charts, he's going to get pushed up the draft board. So the Dolphins will not be in a position to go up and get him, not this year, unless you go mortgage what you acquired for next year. So the Dolphins not in a situation to get the upper tier type of prospects in this year's draft. They just won't be.
All right, here's the thing.
So again, I just don't think there's a guy.
If they don't go after Watson, EM, we will have the capital.
Here's the thing. We can all agree that
No.
we have to get
if
the
you don't
franchise
get
quarterback.
if you don't get Watson, then you go out and get David Carr. Okay?
We can all agree.
David Carr is a franchise
It'll
quarterback.
take everything to get the franchise
Hey,
quarterback.
ladies and gentlemen,
Alexander, you're
hold on,
you're gonna
Epps.
fix the franchise by firing B. Flores.
Hold on, Epps. What's up, TD? How are you, sir?
Not good.
What's going on, TD? Talk to me. And I got Russell in the back room too. I need somebody. All right, Russell, you're on now. Go ahead, TD. You go first, TD.
I'm not gonna be too long, y'all. I'm just so disappointed in you, Steven, and you, EM. I'm so disappointed.
It won't be
in
the
both of
first
y'all.
time. It won't be
For
the
what?
first time.
Disappointed for what?
I'm disappointed with EM because at this point, to even argue with people is insanity.
And why are you disappointed with me?
Steven, you know what I thought about today when I was listening, Steven, with you?
Where do I begin?
You inspire me to do an episode on my show that's going to be titled Tua is Not a Religion.
Okay.
And here's why. People need to understand that Tua is not a religion.
Okay.
When you believe in someone, and because all y'all doing is exercising faith of Tua. Only religion requires you to keep believing when evidence tells you move on. Only religion.
Oh, man.
And I just don't get. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. I've been telling y'all this before the man was even drafted. It is so funny that I'm just sitting here without doing anything, watching my Twitter followers go up, watching my subscriber count go up, and I'm like, I ain't doing nothing. What's going on? They coming back home, Steve. They coming.
Oh boy.
I mean the apologies and
I
flowers.
just want to say, TD, I cashed in my receipt, bro. We're 100.
Epps, man, I heard you the last 2 days, and I got to give you the respect because you gave me the business about 4-5 weeks ago.
Yes, I did.
You hit me hard, and I was like, oh, my gosh, this is Tua's fault. He's really just sinking in people's brains. Something's wrong. He's doing, I don't know, how does he have this power to deceive?
Totally right, TD. Totally
And
right.
I mean, it got to the point to where people wanted to fight me.
No, I didn't want to fight you. No, I
Not
just
you,
sound
not
like
you,
that a
not
lot.
you. I'm just saying.
That's why I call them two occultists.
But yeah, TD, I gave it to you hard. I gave it to you hard. That was completely wrong.
I'll just say this, man. I ain't really got much more to say. I told y'all a long time ago, I told y'all these words right here, okay? It sucks to see something that everybody else can't see, and you are powerless to save them. It sucks.
Hey guys, I gotta go. You guys have a great day, okay?
Be good, Alexander.
We know.
All right,
we
be
know
good,
you gotta
guys.
go.
Salute.
But it sucks to know something that nobody else know, and you're trying to save them, but you're the enemy. I'm the victim, ladies and gentlemen.
You're the victim. Are you really playing the victim card, TD? TD, I'm about to get on you, man. Come on.
TD, you care to elaborate on that, bro? Please elaborate on that.
Bro, everybody killed me, man. There's been other channels started off of killing me, man. I mean, it's crazy.
So you're an inspiration. That's what that means. You're an inspiration.
No, I am a victim. I went through pain, Steve. No one is. Everybody's saying they're sorry to me, but nobody asks how am I doing mentally, having to sacrifice for our fan club to take it all just in the name of the truth. Can somebody please check on me?
TD, my problem was the Dolphins are my weakness. You know what I mean? Like, certain people have weaknesses in life, and like I said, I got blinded by everything that was going on with our championship caliber defense. I just got blinded, and what I saw from Tua was just. It's just been leading up to all the little innuendos of like, oh, I'm not going to do anything more than I'm asked to do. I'm not, it's just been leading up, and I should have seen all the signs, but I didn't. And you know what? I got befuddled. I got bamboozled. That's what I did.
I got tricked.
My issue with T in terms of this whole. Hang on, can I finish, please? My issue with TD, right? or with anybody, we all know that. My issue when you take an emotional approach to your evaluation, I have a problem with you. And so with TD, fairness to TD, at that time, I felt he was emotionally, he was going through it because, he felt Rosen was the solution. That's what he felt moving forward.
God.
After two throws. So my approach, my critique of TD in regards to his evaluation of Tua then, I thought it was motivated by the whole Rosen narrative. So I will say now, I still think, listen. I still think primarily TD's motivation stems from that. But I will say this, in terms of Tua's, the statements that he said back then about Tua not, and I'm paraphrasing because he didn't say this verbatim, but in terms of Tua being able to not read all three levels of the field consistently, TD was right in that regard at this point.
Yep.
TD, my turn.
Actually, isn't it my turn?
TD, here's the problem with you, TD.
Okay? You throw enough crap, something's gonna stick.
Here's the thing.
Why don't you name the crap? I bet you. I can't.
See there, I can't even get out.
Oh my God, that is funny.
Why don't you name the crap that I've been throwing and tell me what's been wrong?
Green Ray, he's talking to you. I didn't say that.
Outside of bringing anything up about Rosen, tell me one piece of crap that you heard that I was wrong about.
You're on the spot, man. You're on the spot, bro. Don't float up.
Green Ray.
Give me about 2 minutes. I'm inside and I can't talk. Hold on.
You take that 2 minutes.
Don't freeze up, man. You're on the spot, bro.
Russell, go ahead, Russell.
I welcome anybody here to try to take that shot. Take that
shot. Don't tell me that. I'm gonna let you make it to you, but don't address that because I got you.
I said minus Rosen EM. And another thing about Rosen, I was pumped because we didn't have a quarterback at the time. And on top of it, have you ever seen me after the Rosen thing was done around here crying about, well, it was because of this and that. They needed more around him.
So TD, what's the difference between an excuse and reality? Because the reality is we don't have a good offensive line.
The difference between an excuse and a reality is one is an excuse and one is a reality.
But the reality is we don't have a good offensive line.
What they got to do with anything, Steven? Just try. You know what, Steven? You so sold on your opinion. I don't know if you don't put your mortgage up on Tua or what it is. Bro, you keep bringing up the O-line and stuff. EM tried to give you some easy game, and I've been saying this for weeks now. All you got to do is turn on the film and go look at the times where he got a clean pocket.
Yep.
Go look at the times where the receivers get separation with a clean pocket. What's your excuse then? In the Jets game, you had the best play the O-line ever gave, and you had over 100-yard rusher.
I really would love to enlighten everybody right now with some context.
I think Steven wasn't sick for a week. I think he was hanging out with Tua.
I really would like to hear that insight from Russ. Please let Russ have the floor. Please.
Thank you, Ian. So, did anybody watch the Mike Gesicki interview after the game?
No, because he's gone next year.
Yeah, are you talking about the no game plan for the weather?
Yes, I am.
He's gone next year, so who cares?
Ladies and gentlemen, do y'all
hold on. Look, you
how
gotta
bad
let
the
me
weather
get
was?
to my. It wasn't that bad. I know that.
Exactly.
But
people
they
making
didn't
it seem like
prepare.
it was that Patriots Buffalo game.
The point of the matter is the coaching did not prepare for it regardless. And not only that, that's not even my main point. The main point that I want to make. Ooh, why is
Somebody has an echo.
Yeah, Lance does.
Okay, so the main point that I want to make is that they would feed Duke Johnson the ball and he would make plays and continue drives, and then they would go away from it. And then they would put it into his hands, and the team.
That's what you. Isn't that what we all wanted, though? Isn't that all we wanted to see?
Let him talk, Ian. Let him talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Everybody will agree all we wanted was to win. It didn't matter how. The point of the matter is the Titans outcoached us and outplayed us, and the reasons why is because they chose to run the ball. They put high completion percentage throws in Tannehill's hands to where he was able to move the ball, and they put Tua in third and long situations, and this team isn't built for it. And not only that, they played with a higher physicality, and that is due to not taking the correct. This is also on Greer, because instead of taking Noah Igbinoghene as a luxury pick, they should have taken Jonathan Taylor. Instead of taking Austin Jackson, they should have either traded up or done something in a different direction that made a lot more sense for this team. Like another weapon on offense. This offense is missing outside of Waddle. I'm not even going to count Gesicki because he's been outside of Waddle. There is nothing on that offense, period. Jesse Davis should be bagging groceries somewhere. And another, guess what? Dan Marino did. Dan Marino did. You want to know why Dan Marino won it? I don't care about Ryan. I don't care about Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's got a bum hip now, just like Tua. So I don't care about that. You want to know the point I want to make is Dan Marino, one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever touch a football, never won a Super Bowl because he was never given a complete team around him. Rather that be a lack of a running game, a lack of defense during his prime, because we didn't have Jason Taylor, Zach Thomas, Tim Bowens, all those guys until after he was already after his prime. They missed the windows. It was due to bad drafting.
What's the point, Russell? Please get to the point.
The point of the matter is the organization is the one to blame. Not just one player.
You're wrong.
Not
You're
just one player.
Correct. I emphatically disagree with that.
Tua played bad. I won't disagree with that. But
Tua has been playing bad.
Everybody played bad.
All right, hold on.
Tua has been playing bad. Not just
There's
one
no
game.
emotion in that at all.
Not just one game.
Everything he just said.
Not just one game, bro.
Tua has been playing mediocre.
Yes. And I won't disagree with that.
And that is not good enough. That is not good enough.
But here,
he's in his second year and barely second year. We gave Tanahill 7 years.
Did you just hear why? Did you not hear me say why Tanahill got 7 years? Go ahead.
EM and TD. If Tua next year with a healthy offensive line, a good offensive line, not healthy, a good offensive line, and 16 games, 15 to 16 games, and he's still doing what he's doing this year, by all means get rid of him.
Oh, you ain't gonna get that chance.
He's
too late,
gone,
bro.
man. You're
Why?
tripping. He's gone, bro.
The coaches are not going to take that risk. The coaching staff, Brian Flores is not going to take that risk, bro. He's not.
Hey, real quick, because my phone's about to die. But look, EMzo was bringing up a point about Tua not being able to execute in a pro-style offense. I think what a lot of people, what's missing a lot of people, I don't know if y'all brought it up. Sorry, because I got caught up with work. It's just the fact. It's just a simple drop back. It's something that is not simple and it's not easy, but that's what makes you an NFL caliber quarterback, which Tanahill is. And that's what they're trying to see if Tua can do, but he didn't show any success with that in that format this year. And so now you're going by statistics, and that's been the Achilles heel of multiple quarterbacks coming into this league, is not being able to drop back, being the end of their career, or labeling them as a backup quarterback for the remainder of their tenure in the NFL. And so I'll be honest, they're not gonna, no matter how much y'all want to slice it, dice it, how much y'all like Tua, they are not gonna gamble on that. They are not. I'm sorry, but
all right, Estefan. All right, hey,
that's ridiculous, Russell. That's what I expected so much more from you. That's ridiculous.
TD, let me
Absolutely
ask you a question,
ridiculous.
TD.
The point that I'm trying.
Hold on, TD. Why is it that Tua's not going to get a full year next year?
Well, first of all, Esteban just told you. They're not going to take no chance with him next year. And on top of it, they don't like him. And listen, Steven, this is what y'all fail to realize. They have already gotten their evaluation on Tua. They had it last year. They already had the evaluation. They just got stuck with him. Y'all don't want to acknowledge that. But that's the reality.
I agree with what you're saying,
now,
TD. I do.
But I gotta
I
gotta talk about what you were saying though, Russell. It's just no, I can't agree, and let me tell you why. You brought up several things. Number one, you brought up we were running the ball and then we go away from it and put it into his hands. When they put it into his hands, did he not have a pocket?
To deliver.
Did he not have wide open guys?
Yes,
That's what you're supposed
to
do.
At times, yes. But you also have Jesse Davis whiffing blocks. You have Austin Jackson whiffing blocks.
No. That's every game for every quarterback. That's every game for every quarterback. See, the thing y'all do is you'll take 5 plays in a game and make it count for the whole game for the offensive line grade. That's why we keep telling y'all do one thing. Go watch the film, and when you watch the film, only grade Tua on plays when the pocket is clean. Only do that. Because if we're gonna go down your road and not talk about what he can't control, I want you to just go find what he can control, and that alone makes the difference in games. But for some reason, y'all won't do that. You just want to keep talking about the O-line, the coaches, the lack of running game. All I'm asking you to do is pop on the film and only evaluate plays that Tua can control. In that last game, bro,
he didn't.
And Russell, Russell, we had this conversation 2 weeks ago on Reason's show, bro. No, it was about 3 weeks. I forget when it was, but I remember you specifically being up on that panel. And these issues that now it's in vogue to highlight, and the world knows it now. You were on that panel, as well as others, right? When verbatim, what TD was just saying, I was saying that on that very, and I'm addressing you specifically. I was sitting here and I was, not only you were coming at me, but it was, bro, you know how dumbed down inside the NFL has gotten right now, bro. Those idiots on that platform. But you included were on there. I don't have an opportunity to address all those other idiots. You are up here now. You sat there and you were giving me all kind of pushback when I was addressing all of these issues from a film-based perspective about Tua, bro. You were giving me immense pushback. I could have went in on you, but respectfully, I did, because I respect you to some degree, but there's a level of respect there. And so I'm going to give you the opportunity to give me a public apology for your conduct on that show, bro. because I thought you were out of line.
Crazy.
I thought you were coming from a position of you were clearly ignoring the film, because if you would have taken the same approach that I have and got out of your feelings and just evaluated the film for what it is, you wouldn't have been acting a fool on that platform like you were that day, bro. So publicly, I'm expecting a public apology from you, my friend. Because now, what you're saying now, like you said, oh, I agree with you, TD. Hit TD's evaluation about what's playing to it now. Now you're agreeing with it. But 3 weeks ago, you was giving me crazy pushback.
I just said I agreed with the fact that the coaches have already made their evaluation of Tua. Secondly, I know
So you don't agree with that evaluation?
You don't agree?
That's his issue?
You don't agree? I want you on the spot.
Are you talking about this previous game, or are you talking about across the season?
I'm talking
across
overall.
the season, he has had a problem evaluating all 3 levels of the field. He hesitates in windows. What else?
At times, but I've also seen him go through and make plays with his third or fourth read in that play.
Tell me what quarterback does it.
Give me 1 second. I have to go out and come back in. I had an issue with my audio. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
That might be your best course of action right now. That might be your best course of action right now.
Steven, let me say something. That
I don't think you're getting an apology, Em.
That's fine. That's fine.
Steven, let me
That's fine.
Let me say
That's
something that I
fine.
think is important. I think it's important that everybody to hear me and hear me clearly on this.
Okay.
Tua's true real issue is this. He is inconsistently inconsistent. Even the things he does well, he will poop the bed sometimes in. And the things that he struggles in, he's few in between, showing you he might can do it. That's the issue. Inconsistently inconsistent. And that is the most dangerous thing you can have in a quarterback. This is why I don't understand this logic of I believe in the kid. You know what it truly is? You love the kid because of the man he is, the character he holds, the way he carries himself. That is overshadowing just pure 100% football analysis of people. And I understand you want to see good people succeed, but you gotta be fair. If that was the case, Tim Tebow should still be in this league. The reality is, bro, he is inconsistently inconsistent. Even the things we all talk about, well, he struggles in this, but he doesn't even consistently do what he does well anymore.
I gotta disagree.
He's been in and out of even the things he does well, bro.
TD,
Go ahead, Drebotron.
This year, Tua has been what we could say at maximum. He's been average. I'm a Tua near. Call me what you want. He's been average. That's a fair analysis. At best, he's been average this year. My issue that I have with guys like TD, everybody coming in and ready to just move on from Tua right now today, is that I don't feel like we have gotten a fair analysis with what Tua is capable of, what his potential ceiling is right now. What I do know is that Tua's floor, right? The worst that Tua can be is probably what he is right now. He's working with no run game, no offensive line, and a revolving door wide receiver. This is the floor for Tua. We realize that this is the floor, and that's where I see.
You're sure about that?
What? How could Tua get any worse than he's been this year with the worst offensive line in the NFL, with the worst running game in the NFL, and we run the RPO with no run game?
First of all, we saw worse from Tua last year. Let's get that straight. I can't believe I be hearing people every week for the last.
No,
3
TD.
weeks.
I mean, moving forward, can it get worse than what it is?
Yes,
He's better this year than he was last year.
Your floor is your worst performance. You can revisit that. And that was last year. Denver
He should have thrown 5 or 3 picks, Drebotron.
We really want to talk about the floor on a bad weather game where by the way, the coaching staff
hold on.
had no game plan going into this game for the weather.
I'm not talking about Sunday. I am talking about Denver and Raiders last year. Those
In
were
his
his
rookie
worst
year,
games.
TD, I can pull out a
All
game of Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow when they threw 3 interceptions in a game.
and
You
that's their
can't use the
floor. That's
absolute
fine.
worst game
And that's their floor.
in the
Your
rookie
Joe
worst
year.
Burrow
game
threw
is your
3
floor, bro.
interceptions on 3 consecutive
Dang,
passes.
do we not know what a floor is? Your worst game is your freaking floor until you
TD, what
outdo
I'm
that.
talking about is his floor moving forward. Ideally, you would hope, you would anticipate that the longer a player is in the league, the better they are. We've seen with Tua
You
since his
hope.
very
You
first start,
hope. That's not
has he
always the
improved?
case. You
Have
hope.
you seen
Look,
improvement in
go,
Tua since his rookie
go,
year?
Bro, hold
go
on.
research.
I
Go.
gotta talk to somebody. I gotta talk to somebody reasonable, man. Because listen, why do we always have to have hope conversations when we talk about Tua? We are talking.
We're Dolphins fans, and
Hold
that's
on.
what it is. We're
Josh
Dolphins.
Allen has started.
No, they're not Dolphin fans. They're not Dolphin fans. They are Tua fans. They are
Josh
not.
Allen has
Em.
started.
They're not.
See, that's the thing, Em.
Hold on.
Em,
While
hold
we
on.
are talking
What-
about English, we are talking about basic English. What is a guy's floor? It is your worst game. You cannot sit here and say, we're talking about the floor moving forward. It's still his worst game. That's what a floor is. It doesn't move. You don't say what his average is right now is the floor. The floor
TD,
is
the
your
floor
worst game.
absolutely moves. TD, that's garbage. So we're gonna say Tom Brady's floor is his worst game that he's ever had at this point.
Yes, because it's
No,
possible.
come on,
That's the
TD. That's
point.
Take
but
the L on what, Cap?
the whole point I'm getting is you can't base
First of all,
so
you
that
don't
way.
know. You
So
don't
there's
know
no
what the
quarterback in the
definition of a
league
floor
that should be
is.
kept because they had one bad game. That's a bad take. The point that
To
I'm
you
getting
is
it as
all I'm saying to you is
ideally,
there are different floors. There are different floors.
ideally,
It's one thing to say a bad game, but you see people's floor. You think Justin Herbert's worst game, which was atrocious, was Pat White's worst game, which was only one? There's different levels to this, bro. Do you remember Sam Darnold's ghost game? He could give you another one day.
TD, let me move this conversation along. Where do the Dolphins go next year? What does next year look like for the Miami
Anywhere
Dolphins?
but Tua.
Tua is the starter next year.
They're going to get a franchise quarterback. Anybody who doesn't want to live in a world of delusion, who is going to bet their career, your freaking career, on a hope? Brian Flores and Chris Greer because
that's all anybody has when they draft a quarterback.
So
so
time out. Let me interrupt.
That's why you get a guarantee.
Let me interrupt. I actually don't disagree with TD on that. I think that if the balance of the future of Greer and Flo hang on Tua, then Tua is not going to have next year.
Who can debate that it's not in the balance?
The only way that I feel like they
I'm
move
telling y'all,
is if they have a chance at
over.
Watson.
I'm telling y'all now. I am telling y'all now. It's over. It's over. And I want to say something real quick to the Tuaneers, the irrational Tuaneers that don't think rationally as far as the evaluation. When they put Tua's behind on that bus to get him up out of town, I want every one of y'all, you disgusting, cancerous individuals, mentally disabled individuals when it comes to the game of football. I want every one of y'all to get on that damn bus and follow him to whatever town they trade him to.
Somebody needs to pay EM swear jar.
Because the real Dolphin fans, because the real Dolphin fans, because the real Dolphin fans, we don't need y'all in this community. So goodbye.
If it's the Pittsburgh boy, it's gonna be great.
He's not
All of
going
y'all
to
get on that same bus.
Russell, you don't want to lose $100, do you, bud?
He's gonna.
You
I already know.
want to know what the test is?
Tua's
You want to know
gonna
what
go
the
to
test is to
Washington.
identify those people?
But
the test to identify those people is basically putting them in a situation where they have to be honest. Just like Steven was just honest. Everybody knows that if they suck next year, Brian Flores and or Chris Greer will be fired.
They're going to be fired.
They are not, hold on. They are not going to take that chance. They are going to bring the best quarterback that they can in. And another element that you cannot excuse, even if Tua was the it next year, all it takes is him missing 5 games, and that would hurt them too. So they are not taking that chance whatsoever. So when you present that information to people and you ask them, now do you think Tua will be the quarterback next year? Anybody that says yes, they are the ones that need to be on that bus.
Let me preference my stance. Let me preference my stance. If we have a chance to get Deshaun Watson, Kirk Cousins, or Russell Wilson,
Kirk Cousins now.
the Dolphins
All
take
of the
that chance.
above.
The
All of
Dolphins
the
take
above.
100%.
All of the above.
100%, man.
If the
Kirk
Dolphins
Cousins doesn't
hold
impress
on,
me.
if the Dolphins say a rookie quarterback or another free agent, then no, they're going with Tua.
No, they won't take a chance on another rookie.
There's
They don't have
100%
the time to take a
They don't
chance
have
on
the
another
time
rookie
for
quarterback.
another rookie. Exactly, I
No.
agree.
There's
The only
100%
QB, in my
chance
opinion, that I feel is worth taking a chance on over Tua at this point is Deshaun Watson. I don't like all the stuff that I've heard on the sideline. From a
Bro,
football standpoint, you have to take Deshaun Watson.
Drubbatron, you're my
Yeah.
boy. And I
What's
just
up?
said that. I said that at the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
And now I have added Russell and Kirk to that because I went and looked at their numbers and I was like, hold up now. These are some
I would take
good numbers.
maybe Kirk. I don't think the Vikings are going to get rid of Kirk Cousins. I don't think there's any way
by the
that's
way,
happening.
my biggest problem with Russell is I have a difficult time giving him a long-term contract. If it's
What's
Kirk,
going on, Steven?
May I have the floor?
What's up? Hold on. What's up, Batman?
Hey, I was just tuning into your stream from yesterday. I'm a little backed up on today's stream. I'm just trying to catch up, guys. No disappointing of a game. I
Batman,
did
don't
go to
come
the
in here
game
with that
myself.
Tua hat on. Batman,
and I
don't
will
come in here
say
with that
this,
Tua hat on,
being
bro.
somebody
Put your
that was
Dolphin hat on today. Put your Dolphin hat on today. Take that Tua hat off, please. I'm trolling you, bro. I'm trolling you.
Batman, did you leave?
Batman.
I don't know what happened. Batman left.
Oh, yeah. You changed his hat. Okay.
Well, look, I didn't do that. All right, Russell, go ahead. Actually, before we get to Russell, hold on. Before we get to Russell, I've been out for 4 hours. I'm exhausted. This is only my second day back, and I'm still sick. I'm exhausted. So we're gonna do final thoughts of the day because I need to.
Damn, Steve, I'm ready, bro. I'm ready to go another hour, bro. Are you serious?
Steve, let me go ahead and go first because let me get out of here. I'll make it quick. The fact of the matter is, TD, EM, with these 2 years now, listen, man, I've learned in my life that you have to sometimes realize, hey, I was wrong. And some people just aren't going to ever admit that. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to admit that they were wrong. Some people will, some people won't. It's the type of person you are. Drub will not admit that Tua is not good. Going forward with Tua, I would take Johnny Manziel.
Drub, you're gonna get so much hate.
Okay, I would take Johnny Manziel over Tua.
No, I can't go there, bro.
What's going to happen is
I'm joking,
Tua gonna
obviously. I'm joking.
Tua
But the
gonna
fact
have
of
a
the matter
career day
is,
versus the Patriots.
The fact of the matter is, TD
versus the Patriots, and they all gonna be right back.
The fact of the matter is, TD,
You know that's
EM,
true.
just wait till the Super Bowl when the trades open up, and Tua will be on that bus. He'll be out of here, and we can go back to Miami Dolphins football and get rid of this Tua religion. Thank you very much. You guys have a happy holiday, happy New Year, and all love, guys.
Hey, Epps.
Yes, sir.
Do you owe money to the swear jar today?
I don't know. I might. If I do, I'll pay it up tomorrow. I gotta transfer some money.
I gotta take money from my savings.
I lost $75 bucks. I lost
so
$75 bucks
funny.
on the Tennessee game because I'm an idiot.
Hey,
TD, you need to go live.
You inspire me.
'Cause I got more. I got more. I gotta get off my.
But here's the
chest,
thing:
bro.
people just take one thing from me if you can. Any fan here, keep it real, man. That's one thing you can do in your life, man. Don't hide behind, oh, I don't want to act like I was wrong. You know what I mean? Sometimes you're gonna be wrong as a human, man. It happens, bro.
Hey,
So
you can flip flop.
you
like
can
me
be
all the
wrong,
time.
man.
You can flip
I
flop.
was wrong, man.
Steven,
You
you
don't have
inspire
to
me,
sit
bro.
here and beg for
What'd you
Tua.
say, TD?
Tua
You
is
inspire
not
me.
good. You guys have to see that.
got-
But anyways, all love, man. Peace out, guys.
Get out of here, Epps. Love you, bro. What'd you say, TD?
You inspire me, bro. You got the swear jar, and I'm about to bring out the I was wrong jar or the forgive me
I
jar.
was wrong jar.
Yeah, man, we about to fill that boy up.
Yeah, but
I'm
you
still
know
waiting on somebody to
you know
tell
what the
me-
problem was somebody saying I was wrong, getting them to say I was wrong. So you're not going to make a lot of money with that jar.
But I'm still waiting on that person, whoever that was, to tell me what take I done had in the last
Steve,
2
let me-
years outside of the whole
Steve,
Rosen thing.
Steven,
What
I gotta
was
go.
wrong.
I gotta go. Let me
All right,
go with
go
next
ahead,
final
Ian.
thoughts, please, if I can.
Go ahead. Final thoughts, Ian.
Okay, I want to be
And
clear.
by the way,
okay?
by the way, I love you, man. Thank you for coming on today.
Yeah. Love you too. I'm glad you're feeling better, bro. Listen. I want to be clear. I'm critical of Tua I am coming from a 100% film-based perspective. It's nothing personal about Tua. I never said Tua is a bust by any stretch. He's not a bust, right? He just hasn't performed up to his draft status as the 5th overall pick, right? So I am just looking and pointing out and highlighting issues that's plaguing him right now. So, but I feel the best course of action for the Dolphins, considering not only the on the field but the off the field issues that currently exist between him and Brian Flores. There's clearly been a disconnect, and it's been a disconnect since day one. That dynamic needs to be removed from this team. And more than likely, if it comes down to the Brian Flores or Tua, well, Brian Flores has more of an established resume than what Tua does at this stage. And it's time. And I think Tua on the field compromises as well as him being compromised physically. If you're a coach in your front office that has to win next year, if you have a better option staring you in the face, there's no way you justify hitching your wagon to a player that clearly has physical defects as well as mental defects relating to the NFL game of football. So with that being said, my critique is relative to the film, but I want to address one last time with the Tua-neers in the Tua Nation. I'm only talking to the irrational ones, the ones that want to make nothing. They want to blame everybody and their mama for the lack of production that we've seen from Tua since we drafted him. I'm talking to those individuals. Please listen to me. When they put Tua's behind on that bus, when they get ready to trade him, I want all of y'all, and I mean every single one of you, please get on that bus and follow him to whatever city they trade him to, because this is the real Dolphin fans in this community, not Tua fans, not Jalen Waddle fans, not Mike Gesicki fans, not Devontae Parker fans. I'm talking about the Miami Dolphin fans. We don't want you. We don't need you in this community because you've done nothing but dumb down the fan base, right? With your emotional evaluations, you've done nothing to contribute positivity in this community. So I want to see all of y'all get on that bus and get the hell out of town. I'm sorry, Steven, but I had to get that off my chest.
You owe money to the swear jar today. You owe money to the swear jar today. Just so you know.
My bad. You
owe at least $5 to $10 to the swear jar today. Just so you know. And stop name calling.
I got you, bro.
Nice.
Salute, man.
Nice.
Salute, bro. Salute, bro. Y'all be good.
you.
Y'all be good. Later, bro.
All right. Batman 2423.
Hey, what's going on, Steven? I'm glad you're back. Glad you're feeling better. I got cut off. I mean, I have bad reception at work. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. You're good.
I ended up going to Fan Fest, went to Tennessee for the game, spent New Year's over there. It was pretty cool, man. Meeting a bunch of fans from everywhere. It was over 200 fans in the hotel. It was quite an experience. It was pretty fun. And going to the game and going in those weather conditions, not to use it as an excuse, but I'm just throwing it out there because this is a fact. Even from people that are used to this type of weather, because down in Miami, obviously, we don't have this type of weather, but people from Kentucky, people from New York, people from Denver, all around us at the game, and they had never seen something that bad of a condition to be on a field. Now, not to use it as an excuse, because Tua is a professional football player, but at the end of the day, those were pretty rough conditions, man. I'm just throwing it out there for a young quarterback. I know we're not going to use it as an excuse. We're not solely putting it on the excuse of the weather, but I do wanted to mention that. Because conditions weren't too favorable for many people. Obviously, Tennessee, they play in cold weather, but it wasn't just the cold weather. It was that sleet falling, and it was hard rain, and slippery grass. It was a lot of things going on. You can't compare it to the Buffalo game. You can't. This is completely different weather conditions. I just wanted to throw that out.
Hey, Batman, I appreciate it, Batman. Be easy, man. Thank you.
Hey, Batman. You see this thumbnail? That's a real quarterback. You see that thumbnail right there, bro? Hey,
let me mute Estefan real quick. Hey guys, go check out the Miami Sports Fanatics show. They got a great little channel there. Batman, keep doing your thing, brother. I saw you and your stuff in Nashville. Great content, bro.
Appreciate it, Steven. Thank you.
Hey, Lakers suck, bro. Hey, and we got one up on you. We beat y'all, so out of here, bro. Get out of here, Batman.
Tua Tagovailoa threw a 5-yard out to Mac Hollins in the dirt. They ain't had nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Real quick, let me go.
Estefan, you're go ahead. Final thoughts.
Yeah, I agree, TD. Everything was in the dirt. I don't know why he's aiming at people's feet, but look, hey, I agree with a lot of what TD are saying, bro. And
I don't know what happened, Estefan, but your thing just changed. Estefan?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you sound very bad.
I sound bad?
Yeah.
Hold on real quick. You know?
Go ahead.
Come back to me real quick.
All right, I'll come back to you.
Green
Red. All right, hold on, Polo. I actually wanted to save you for last, I think, if you don't mind waiting. Green Rat, I know you wanted to respond to TD.
Hey, TD, this is Green Rat. I don't have much time, but I will get on with the next show with you that you have. You'll know because it'll say Green Rat. But if you want a short answer, some of the stuff you say about the O-line and Tua, you kind of go back and forth. And for the most part, it was a joke, but you took it a little more personal than it was supposed to be.
Well, I'm not sure what you're even talking about right now.
He's the one that you said, I want to know the guy. Green Rat's the guy. TD.
You mean the guy that said that anybody could be right here and there or something like that?
I believe so.
No,
yes.
It was you throw enough crap on the wall, something's gonna stick. It was supposed to be a joke, but you took it a little different than what it was intended. But
I was appreciative you said it, not even based off of you, but we had 10 people on the screen. And I got to a point where I had to sit back and evaluate because I've actually heard that a lot. So I started asking myself, hey, how much have I been wrong about? And not to toot my own horn, but it's real hard for me to find anything. And that's why I was actually serious when I asked that. What have I been wrong about?
Well, I think some of the stuff you say about the offensive lineman, but that's here and there right now. I do have to go to work.
Understand, like what it is that I say about them. And I know you don't have the time.
The other day, when you're doing your breakdown of the line and stuff, your opinion of how they were blocking, how they were holding up. The other day when you were talking about the PFF stuff, I didn't exactly agree with you on that. It's just some stuff, but I'd be more. But I'd be more than happy to talk to you here. Maybe if you have a show today.
I'll catch you when you get.
But I have to get outside to work. To be honest.
Green Rat, thanks for
coming out. But I wanted to come back and not be one of those guys.
Yeah, you didn't want him to think you were running away from it. I got you.
Right.
I got you.
All right.
Green Rat, be good, man.
I appreciate you, homie.
All right, Estefan, real quick. Go ahead, Estefan.
Yeah, man.
Look, your phone's about to
look, Tua's gone. Tua's gone. He played his way out of Miami. There's nothing more to say. We can't make any more excuses for this guy. The old line did their part. We can't sit here and make excuses for him anymore. TD and them, man, I went back and watched the stream that TD had the other day, I think after the game. And, bro, they were going over plays, and before he even said it, I was thinking the exact same thing. Bro, he went through a multitude of plays before you could find a play where the offensive line didn't hold up, bro. I mean, it was a multitude of plays, bro, before you found
I probably went through 12 plays, and we had our first one where it was
before you found one.
The offensive line. It was every drop by Tua Tagovailoa, Josh Holtz posted. And I went through
I'm telling
plays, and we finally found one the O-line didn't hold up.
If you're a Tua fan, bro, that Tennessee game didn't bode well. I'm sorry, man. I know weather conditions, whatever, but hey, Tanahill had to deal with the exact same weather conditions and same ball, bro. So, I mean, that's what it is, man. You could say, we should have ran the ball more, but I mean, we got to play true to our identity. You know what I mean? And we were down. So, I mean, what the coach supposed to do, man? We can't sit there and blame everybody else and exclude Tua. You gotta hold him responsible for some of the blame, bro. The last thing I wanted to say real quick, bro. Man, Steven, when you were talking about a lot of those topics earlier, bro, my only thing is when you bring those topics up, I feel bad for a person like you because I know your intent is good, but when people like that, bro, if they don't have mental issues, bro, it's almost like somebody like you is being kind-hearted to say, let's work on this person or help them out, bro. But if that's not the case, man, it's almost like somebody like you is being taken advantage of, man. And so I just wanted to share that with you, bro. I understand where you're coming from, man. You're a kind-hearted person, bro.
Yeah.
But I don't like when people like that if that's not the case, if it's not a mental issue, bro, when people like you stand up for them, bro, you're just being taken advantage of, man. So that's all I want to say, man. Much love to you. Good show, bro.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. TD, get back on. I want your final thoughts of the day, TD. Don't go away, TD. All right, let's go to Russell.
Okay, so I'm going to try to make this as quick as I can, but I never really got to finish. So you have to have context behind everything when it comes to analyzing games, players, situations. You got to understand officiating this year has been bad across the board, but we can obviously state that Raiders game was cost by officiating. There was bad play calling involved in this past game. Tua did not have a good game. Also, TD can also verify this. I've talked about it several times. Before we drafted Tua, I made it clear that I specifically wanted us to trade up for with Cincinnati to get Joe Burrow. That was the quarterback I particularly wanted out of that draft. Do I like Tua? Yes. Am I Tua near? No. Do I support Tua? Yes. Do I put blame on him for losing this game? Yes. Do I think that he's going to be here next year? No, I don't. But here's the problem with all of that. Dan Marino didn't have a run game. Dan Marino didn't have a defense in his prime. What has Deshaun Watson won? Absolutely nothing, because he was missing pieces as well in Houston. Rather, that's from a coaching perspective, a talent standpoint, whatever may have you. It doesn't matter what quarterback you go after unless it's like Aaron Rodgers, because none of them have won anything. You all keep bringing up Kirk Cousins. You all keep bringing up Deshaun Watson. Everybody keeps bringing up these quarterbacks. What have they done? Nothing. Not a thing. And Aaron Rodgers is the only one who may be available that's actually won a Super Bowl. And that if you're trying to move off of Tua, even though he's at the end of his career, he can still win, obviously. So that would be the direction you should go if you really want to win now, if you're Chris Greer and Brian Flores. But when it comes to analyzing everything, you have to have context. Rather, if weather's involved or not, based on watching it on TV, I wasn't there. Batman was there. I didn't think it looked that bad. My issues with Tua has always been durability and ball security for the most part. And the ball security thing became an issue. I know he's had issues, especially over these last 3 games. He was never the same after the bye week because he is a rhythmic timing quarterback. And he got out of that rhythm after that bye week because his best stretch of games was during the November before the bye week. It was those 4 games where he posted over 100 passer rating in each of those games. I think it was like 104. Not all of this can be blamed on one player. This is the context I'm explaining is we have to start in the front office for the failures with this team. It all starts at the top and it trickles its way down. And the other thing I would state is if Brian Flores wants to stick around, whether people agree with this or not, if I'm Chris Greer, I'm giving him an ultimatum. Go get an offensive coaching staff that is experienced and has been proven that they are successful in the NFL across the board, because that the offense is what has suffered throughout the last 2 seasons on this team. The defense has typically been very good, or at least good enough to win you plenty of games. The offense is where it's been lacking, and that is the problem because Brian Flores is not an offensive minded coach, and he needs to have that offensive minded presence that's been in the league there. And I'm telling Brian Flores, if I'm Chris Greer, go do that this offseason or you're gone. I'm not even going to give you the next year because that's where I stand with it. He needs to get rid of his stubborn attitude, period. He's great on defense. He knows nothing about offense, and it's been proven because he has never put this team in good situations on offense with play calling, any of it. It goes, you cannot just blame one player. It is a team sport.
All right.
I'm done.
All right, Russell. Have a good day, bro.
Who did he say gives us the best chance to win right now?
Russell?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, what did
Aaron
you say?
Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, okay, I was just making sure. Okay.
All right, Russell. I appreciate it, bro.
Absolutely. Fins up.
Fins up. All right, Druvatron. Final thoughts of the day. Try to keep it a little bit shorter than Russell.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. So just with the Tua thing, the only I don't see us getting rid of Tua to take, like we said, to take another rookie quarterback. I think if you're doing that, you have to basically admit defeat as a front office. You've got to get rid of Chris Greer and you got to get rid of Brian Flores too. At that point, because you're starting over. So, and then as far as the people that want that have already made their mind up about Tua, for people like TD, you're I don't think you are incorrect. I think your evaluations are accurate. I've never suggested that like the things you see on tape are wrong. Where I have a disagreement is on Tua's potential. And I don't think, I don't know if Tua is a great quarterback. I don't know if he's an elite quarterback because I don't think he's been put in a position to succeed. And I think it's been a massive failure of our front office. I think it's been a massive failure of Brian Flores. After this Tennessee Titans game, I have zero faith in Brian Flores as a head coach in the NFL. He didn't have any game plan for the weather. Mike Gesicki, I'm amazed Mike Gesicki said that. I think I saw Doug posted something on Twitter a little while ago that Gesicki said they had no game plan going in and they didn't change their game plan once they knew the weather was as bad as it was. That's coaching. And I've seen Brian Flores make a lot of really bad coaching decisions. And this game was the tipping point for me with him as a coach. They were not prepared. Tennessee was completely prepared. I mean, they only threw the ball when they had to. So again, with the Tua thing, he's probably gone. If we get Watson, I'll be fine with that. I'll be happy if we get Watson. I'm not a Tua fan first. I'm a Dolphins fan first. I'm a fan of every player that's a Dolphin. And as long as they're with the team, I'm going to be a fan of them. But once they leave, hey, it is what it is. But I hope more than anything, I do feel like we're at a point where we need to maybe move on from Brian Flores. And I think everybody's too focused on the Tua talk and not as enough on the incredible failing of our front office and our coaches. So I'll leave it there.
All right, Drubatron. I disagree with you, just for the record, but
That's
I love
okay.
you. I love
Yeah,
you,
I
man.
love you. Hey, and I'm really I'm really grateful, thankful to see you healthy, and I hope you can continue to get better. Happy to see you.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks, Drub. I
All
appreciate
right,
it.
take
Brother.
care, guys.
Yep. All right. TD Fins talk. I'm gonna let Polo go last.
Two things I wanted to say in closing. One, we might as well go backwards since it was brought up last. This whole narrative that people are trying to spin online on Twitter and all of this about Gesicki said we didn't have a game plan for the weather, it's because he was asked about, did you all plan for the weather? But you also heard all the players say it wasn't a factor. The players themselves said it wasn't really a factor. And you know why it really wasn't a factor? Because we left plays on the table. At the end of the day, if Tua Tagovailoa had a good game, see, we always talk about, yeah, he had a bad game, but it was in his control to have a good game, correct? And he could have had a good game had he actually not missed receivers, been late on his reads, held on to the ball, taking sacks, and all of in the full plethora of things, turning it over. I mean, you can't game plan for the ball not to slip out your hand 3 times. So if he had a good game, our defense wouldn't have been on the field much. Do people realize it was 17-3 in the fourth quarter? And not until we turned the ball over 3 times in the fourth did they run the score up. 17-3 in the fourth quarter. So at the end of the day, we're trying to hold on to whatever we can hold on to say that it's Brian Flores. And we're talking about one of the top 5 rushing defenses in the NFL, might I add. We get all cocky because we busted off 2 nice runs and say we were running the ball well. Do you realize we had 4 drives before that where we were playing primary pass and maybe that opened up the run? But because we came back to it a few times after that, not much, but a few times after, and they shut that down. They straight shut it down. We keep making these narratives that just isn't true, man. And number 2, I don't know how many times we have to hear people out of their mouth say Deshaun Watson was 4-12 with that team. He's not going to make a difference here at Miami, and that he isn't the only issue. The quarterback isn't the only issue. We know quarterback isn't the only issue. But you upgrade at whatever position you can upgrade at if you have an opportunity to do so, number 1. And number 2, ladies and gentlemen, y'all keep saying if you fix the O-line and you get everything you need, Tua will be just fine. You still got to ask yourself, if you fix the O-line, get a run game, get the weapons that you want to get to them, would Deshaun Watson still not do better at the end of the day? Y'all think that fixing all those things is going to miraculously make Tua look like Deshaun Watson all of a sudden? You are wrong if you think that. You're straight wrong, man. At the end of the day, this offseason, my Dolphins will correct all of the issues. And unfortunately for Tua, he won't be here to get to benefit from them. They're going to bring Watson, and if that doesn't work, they will bring an upgrade in at quarterback. They will get extra offensive line help. They might even get a running game. And that's just sad for Tua. They're going to get everything we need, and we're going to be proud Dolphin fans next year. Whether some of y'all want to believe, and the sad part is some of y'all feel like, oh, we're going to lose anyway if they do that. You're not Dolphin fans. Like I said, we're going to be proud next year. Fins up.
TD, I love you, brother. And he just dropped. And then there was one. And Polo, I left you last, man, because I really enjoyed some of your takes today, especially when we got deep down into the nitty gritty. And I felt like you deserved to be last on the last take.
Feels like an honor.
You, hey, man, I believe that it is. I believe that if you're last on final thought of the day, it is. It is an honor. All right, Polo, the floor is yours, my friend.
Well, I wanted to go earlier because I wanted to ask people, like, what was the trade? What do you think Tua's trade value is right now? But if you want to talk about race thing, I don't know where you want to go. If you want to,
no. You could talk. It is your final thought, man. Whatever final thoughts.
So honestly, I don't think Flores is the problem. Earlier this year, I did think Flores was the problem, but after that 7-game win streak, I don't think he's the problem. I think Tua, no matter what, it's over. That saga is done. I think even if we keep him, it'll be too much changes, and then he'll have to learn a new playbook over again, and it'll just take too much time. So I think that saga is done. It'll just be a waste on his part and not on our part to keep him around. Do I think we'll get Deshaun Watson? I mean, it depends. Kirk Cousins? I'm not a Kirk Cousins fan, so I don't know about that. But it's either Deshaun Watson or a rookie to me. I don't know. People don't want a rookie, but I think I want a rookie. I wouldn't mind a rookie. you never know what can happen with a rookie. It's like a mystery box. You probably get $1,000 with a rookie, you know. So that's all I have to say.
All right, Polo, I appreciate it, man. Hey, Polo, you still do stuff on Twitter, right?
Not me, Showtime, but
Showtime. Promote Showtime stuff on Twitter.
All right. Everyone, if you want to, actually, there's a Twitter space right now. If you want to go, Showtime Miami, that's his name. Yesterday night, we actually talked to Javon Hollins. It was actually amazing. Like he didn't let us ask some football questions, obviously, but we were asking him some questions. Hopefully, we could get Brandon Jones.
Hey man, help me out. You got to get these guys on my show, bro.
If you join his Twitter space, I was trying to make him do all these type of things. Like I was telling him, let's play Madden. He was like, he doesn't play Madden. He plays Call of Duty. But hey, honestly, there's a lot of people that actually join the Twitter spaces that I'm actually.
Those Twitter spaces are fire. If you guys want some real cool stuff to go do and you're on Twitter, I love Twitter. Twitter is my favorite. So out of all the platforms. So, all right, Polo, I appreciate it, bro.
All right, man. Have a good one. I hope you recover.
I appreciate it, man. This has been Clap Blackers, home of the #1 Miami fan morning show, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. I'm hurting so bad. I do not feel good at all. I'm not 100% back, guys, and ladies and gentlemen. But I had a fun day today. This was a great stream. I want to give a big shout out for TD for coming on. Big shout out to the panel in general. EM Dolphin, 1234 Apps, Russell, Drubatron, Pamela. I know I missed a lot of you, but just know that y'all are the best. And I love every day you guys come on. You guys support the channel. You support with donating to the channel. I really appreciate all the donations. Every dollar goes into helping the channel grow. Make sure you guys just support, not only me, but support everybody, man. This is, I'm all about spread kindness, positivity, and love. And follow me on Twitter. Yeah, let's do it. All right. So I love you guys. Y'all are the best. I will see y'all tomorrow. Wildin' Out Wednesday. We will have a good time there. And I will talk to y'all later. Peace. Fins up.